a lunch that felt like several hours long. Well, hopefully we can continue our focus on staying on schedule. This topic for the afternoon, we're going to finish out the day honing in on different areas of crypto mining, cryptocurrency mining, but it is predominantly our topic before we close out the day with a much smaller topic. But it's going to occupy most of the day. And I know there's a lot of folks in the virtual world and a lot of folks in person who may not officially be on our list, but definitely are here to help guide us and provide us some insight and thoughts on this topic in Wyoming. So we will, in time, get to that. But we're going to start with a focused discussion on flared natural gas. And we have Mr. Overman.
We also have
Mr. Chairman, while we're sitting down in general for the cryptocurrency mining session this afternoon, for everyone that's joining us and listening, we're really trying to explore what barriers are in place in Wyoming. What are the challenges? What are the needs? What are other states doing well that perhaps Wyoming isn't or could be doing better? We really want to explore this topic and get feedback from stakeholders of their experience, perhaps with challenges here in the state of Wyoming, challenges elsewhere, and try to understand how this community is engaging with a regulatory structure and a power production infrastructure and what the needs are. So we're really trying to gather information, and we appreciate all of you joining us today to provide us with that information and dialogue so that we can better understand the needs.
Yeah, and maybe leading with the top 3 reasons of the only things that you need to come to Wyoming would be a quick start and easy the conversation again. Go ahead, Pete.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I think I'll defer to Dr. Morrell to go first, if that's okay with you.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, members of the committee. My name is Glenn Morrell. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority, and I'm very happy to be invited here to talk about this important topic. Somebody in the audience might be wondering why the Energy Authority is here to talk about blockchain and mining. And the reason is that the Energy Authority is the curator of the Wyoming energy strategy, which includes many things. But some of the strategic pillars of opportunity include a topic called electrification. Electrification means many things to many people. In Wyoming, it means things like storage, electric vehicles, and other things, but it also means added value opportunities for our electrical generation fleet. So things like green data centers, renewable power, direct air capture of carbon, and cryptocurrency are some of those ideas. So these opportunities represent incredible opportunities for our electrical generation fleet to add value to what is typically extremely short, extremely linear value chain. Generators and different applications provide us the opportunity to add value here in the state in a substantial fashion. So as you all know, in July, cryptocurrency mining, I'm used to talking about coal mining, but the cryptocurrency mining community experienced something of an upheaval due to governmental decisions made in China. And Wyoming has benefited by becoming a focus of intense interest by other cryptocurrency mining operators looking to set up shop in here in Wyoming for many reasons, representative also including favorable energy sector, favorable weather, climate, environment, as well as policy and many other things. At the Energy Authority, we have tried to play a little bit of a coordination role in order to provide interested cryptocurrency mining operators a center of information, a quick start of information for when they enter the state and looking for people to talk to, who they talk to first. Hopefully we can help point them in the right direction. A subsector of this mining industry is off-grid mining, where the operations are, as the name suggests, not connected to a main utility grid, but are instead utilizing energy sources that are isolated. In Wyoming and other oil patches, such as Texas, miners have been setting up modular portable mining rigs, container-sized, out in the oil fields to take advantage of stranded fuel systems, which are either non-economic and consequently flared or approaching their economic limit, classified as stripper wells typically. These systems take these low-value fuel streams, associated gas or stripper gas wells, and combust them through an electricity generation system. I've also heard of new systems using fuel cells, which is fascinating, and then use the electricity to mine crypto. Aside from simply being a really cool idea, these systems are delivering real value back to the operators themselves, the oil and gas operators and the state. Rigs running on associated gas that would otherwise be flared for no monetary gain are instead creating value in what would normally be considered a waste product. A very interesting adjacent aspect to this is that this type of operation, they are actually, in essence, monetizing. One of the very few pure examples you have of direct monetization of an emissions reduction. So what they're doing is they're taking methane, which has a very high emissions intensity, reducing the CO2, and they're banking the difference by converting it to something with pure monetary value, which is fascinating. It's an incredibly innovative approach, and it's, as I said, it's one of the very few pure examples of monetization of emissions reduction. These systems have proven to be so successful that the operators are now moving to stripper wells and lower economic wells and trying to bank the difference in terms of improving the economic limit of the well. So the economic limit of a well is not associated just with lifting the product to the surface, but there's also economic cost with gathering it and transporting it to market. If you can utilize it at source, you can actually reduce the economic limit a little bit, keep that well in operation a little bit longer, allow the operators to continue to monetize their assets, and it benefits everybody concerned. Those processes are even more successful, particularly in the environment we see today with elevated Bitcoin prices and other things. Like the last few days have been perhaps a little bit painful to watch, but they're doing so well that they're now looking at actual commercial gas. So setting up off-grid systems that are fired on commercially derived gas supply. So they're looking at everything that's possible. They're also looking at other isolated or stranded gas systems, for example, with refineries. Refineries typically have a lot of associated gas and associated petroleum products, which they have to flare, dispose of in some other way. There are other things like natural gas processing and compression systems. Also have things like hidden dropouts and things which they have to deal with. So there's quite a few little stranded gas opportunities out there, but they're really pushing on towards large-scale commercial gas operations, which is fascinating to see as well. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my opening remarks for now. I stand ready for questions or perhaps to defer back to my esteemed colleague, Mr.
Representative Sept, Mr. Chairman, I should know the answer to this, but is the state collecting severance tax on that?
Representative, Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, not entirely perfectly clear on that. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get to that.
Mr. Open.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Thanks for having me. I don't get the opportunity to spend a lot of time on this topic much and in front of you all ever. So it's a lot of fun for me to do this. Thank you for having me. Because I don't get that opportunity, I just want to let you know that I'm the president of Petroleum Association of Wyoming. My name is Pete Obermuller, and the Petroleum Association of Wyoming represents about 160, 170 operators in the oil and gas sector in Wyoming, including vertically integrated oil and gas companies, exploration and development companies, and then all the way down to small mom and pop, what Dr. Morello was referring to as stripper wells, as well as the midstream sector, the pipeline and gathering system, and then downstream refiners, as well as everyone who sort of operates in the orbit of that space, environmental consultants, geologists, petroleum engineers, and that sort of thing, who help continue the work of Wyoming's primary economic engine. So I was invited to talk to you today about our work in and partnership with the crypto mining industry, which I might just shorten to mining. We all know what we're talking about here. I think I have to qualify that every time. So I want to do that. I want to talk about what the lay of the land is, and then the challenges to expansion of these efforts in Wyoming, and then also the potential opportunities as we see them moving forward. So, Mr. Chairman, at first blush, really what we've been talking about in Wyoming is what Dr. Merrill referred to, these mobile or semi-mobile units that can set up at the wellhead and capture flare gas or other gas off the stream right there near the well before it's put into the midstream pipeline for use for generation of power for crypto mining and other purposes. That's a great idea. It is happening right now in Wyoming. There are several small companies that have partnered with several of my members all across Wyoming in accessing wellhead gas in this way. I want to be clear, however, that I think we ought to be a little circumspect about the opportunities in Wyoming here for large-scale crypto mining. It's not impossible, but there are some opportunities that we'll get to later. But we have some interesting challenges here to make that happen. And they're really a story of, it's really two reasons. One is related to the economics of gas production and sale, and the other is related to infrastructure. And in both cases, they're intertwined, but they're separate. And they're really both good news, bad news stories for Wyoming. So in the case of economics, amazingly, natural gas spot prices are up around $5 an MCF today. I think right now it's $4.85. This is an incredible turn of events. That natural gas, for natural gas, it dropped below $4 an MCF on November 11th, 2014, and dropped as low as $1.50 in 2020. And save for 1 month of a cold snap in 2018, it has never gotten to $4 again up until July 23rd of this year, and it's been there since. Is that price sustainable? That's difficult to say, but the upshot is that unless it drops back to that 7-year low of $1.50, for my members, it's simply more beneficial for producers to sell their gas into the midstream pipeline than it is to sell to miners for pennies on the dollar. That's good and bad for Wyoming. It's great in terms of our severance tax revenue. It's great in terms of the value of natural gas to us and to the rest of the United States and the world. EIA continues to project demand will go up and up and up. That's good. It's not great just in terms of the economics of making a large scale mining project work in Wyoming. Second, and this is related, is the infrastructure side. It's similar good news, bad news. The good news is that we in industry and state regulators have worked very hard over the years to increase our pipeline capacity and to create a regulatory environment in terms of flaring and venting of waste gas that is achievable and that has measurable success. And our success in that space is proven out by the data that we simply have very, very low volumes of flaring in Wyoming. For example, Wyoming's 2020 flare volume, I should say in June of this year, Wyoming's total flare volume was about 28,000 MCF. That's the actual flared volume, and that's only 36% of authorized flaring. So, for those of you that don't know, there's a statutory limit on flaring in Wyoming. You can exceed it, but you have to get special approval for that via the regulators to do it. The approval, the industry right now is only flaring about 36% of the total approval. So let me put that in perspective. So the approximate flaring volume per day in Wyoming in 2020 was about 12,500 MCF a day. Meanwhile, the total flared volume in the Permian and Delaware basins in New Mexico and Texas is 200 million MCF a day. We do 12,500. The Permian and Delaware 200 million. So my first thought looking at that stat was, yeah, but their volume is so much bigger. But even that math doesn't check out. We flare less than 0.3% of our total production. Those basins are flaring more than 6% of their produced volume. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think one of the top 3 reasons people should move here is to have more flare volume. We're doing so great there, and that's good for Wyoming. And but again, it's not great for large scale crypto. So you have presentations upcoming that will delve more deeply into the topic of what miners need and are looking for. And to be perfectly frank with you, I have a hard time understanding what miners need, in part because I have a hard time getting them when they call me to tell me what they need. This is part of my problem. And part of the problem of some of my members is that we field and I field calls weekly from interested miners, and they want to be connected with my members in order to make their business plan work. And I ask them for a few more details about what they need so I can pair them with the right people, and I don't hear from them again. It's difficult for me to separate, quite honestly, the legitimate operators in this space from the grifters. And my members struggle with that a little bit as well. There are some metrics we can use that help with that, and I think some of the testimony later on will help with that, but being perfectly frank with some of my challenges in this space. One of those metrics, of course, is access to capital and experience in the marketplace. And this gets to the issue of how large the consistent flow of gas at volume that is certainly necessary for the miners. For example, one of the larger mining operations in North Dakota operates at about 2.7 million MCF a day and has capacity to reach 8.6 million MCF for mining. We don't have those volumes. So that said, all that good news, bad news aside, what are the options in Wyoming as I see them? I don't pretend to think that I know what all the options are. There are probably more options here, and there's so many smart people in this room who hopefully will tell me afterwards that I missed options. That would be great. But I divide them into kind of three buckets here. The first bucket is the smaller dispersed operations that can and do capture flare gas right now. So this, Representative Stitt, is where the legislature stepped in last session and created a severance tax exemption under very specific conditions. And what that exemption is gas produced at the wellhead that would otherwise be flared or vented, and where there is no takeaway capacity available. That is where the severance tax exemption kicks in. If it would otherwise be flared or vented, but there is pipeline capacity there, or they simply have the option of a miner and a midstream partner at that point, then taxation is equal across. You're selling product and you should be taxed accordingly. So that is the only exemption that exists on severance currently under the statute that you passed this last legislative session.
That's House Bill 189.
A good little House bill.
Some of them are.
Mr. Chairman, there's further opportunity here, and I think Dr. Merrill was alluding this to, in areas where there's so-called what industry calls step-out wells. These are wells that are a little bit beyond the radius of the gathering and pipeline infrastructure to reach, but close enough where if the well is good enough, it might be economical to build out that pipeline infrastructure to the well. But in the meantime, there is the issue of associated gas that comes out of those step-out wells where the volume might be a little bit higher. Those are the wells where the operator would seek permission from the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to flare a little bit more. That's a little bit higher volume, but still not the volumes that I think miners are really after in terms of their large-scale operations. I will say that among my members, that there is a demand, a currently unmet demand for very mobile units that can. The question is whether or not it's economical for the miners. They would have to tell me that. But my members tell me that there is demand for very mobile, very accessible processing that can attach to a rig and move with the rig as the rig is drilling wells. So you have to be able to shut down and restart and move sort of quickly and on demand with the movement of the rig. But my members tell me they at least are not aware of that, and that would be a very helpful business for them, and ones that, particularly ones that don't want to play in the space themselves, are searching for. So that's the first bucket. It's really small scale. Second one is the model of either acquiring or operating stranded assets themselves, that haven't been economical to produce, but could be with an agreement for gas use with purchase agreements. Also, in my mind, in this model are farms that tap directly into the midstream. And those do exist in Wyoming, and they simply have purchase agreements with midstream in order to do that. Both the first and second buckets I've just described, there are other factors that play into this decision, most notably the ability to hedge. hedge against fluctuation in the natural gas commodity price, but also hedging against regulation. In this current administration, we expect significant regulation that could in fact require a significant reduction in flaring, otherwise wells are shut in. If that's the case, there could be more available, there could be more gas available for this purpose. Finally, I just want to leave you with this. It's a bit of a stretch, but I think this committee is quite used to stretching in terms of policy. And I offer it with some trepidation, knowing that my friends in the utilities and co-ops are going to follow me here, but I do think that there is a discussion to be had for a centralized hub at or very near prolific fields that can aggregate waste gas and other gases in to create aggregated purchase agreements. We talk a lot in the state about moving the value chain closer to Wyoming from our natural resource production. We're often talking about manufacturing in that case, but I see no reason why we shouldn't talk about that in digital currency and in processing and data storage as well. I think there's a great deal more that could be done at a centralized site that offers a clean environment, a stable source of gas, and a regulatory structure that is conducive to both the sale, the use from an oil and gas side and from a mining side. A centralized site could really include large-scale data storage and other processing that could make a site like that more economical than just for crypto mining itself. Crypto mining could be turned on and off based on the volatility of that particular commodity. But data processing and data storage is long-term and needs significant amount of power, not to mention our climate and the other things that make it successful here. Now, these sites already exist. They're called gas plants. But I'm not certain they exist in places where they can take full advantage of the proximity to gas production and full advantage of what we already have in terms of aggregation of gas and gathering of gas from prolific fields like the PRB or in Laramie County in the northern DJ. I think that there's opportunities there. Maybe that's something for state lands to think about or other legislative means that would help to incentivize that. But I throw that out there just for further discussion. It's something that we have been thinking about. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me drone on. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I about jumped out of my chair when you got to point 3, because to me that seems like while it's maybe a bit of a stretch to conceive of, seems like a great opportunity. I have a couple of questions, if I might, to follow on that. The first is there any reason that you see that you couldn't co-locate other energy resources, renewable energy resources around such a facility, such as solar, wind, etc.?
Mr. Chairman, there's no reason why any energy source couldn't be a part of a centralized hub.
Okay. Thank you. And then I don't know if this is best for Mr. Obermuller or someone else, but would this be part of the regulated energy system within Wyoming, or would this be a so-called off-grid resource? So pricing architecture.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I can answer that question, or at least answer that question and make it out of this room without my friends from the utilities throwing me out the window. But that's a challenge. That's a legitimate challenge that we would have to very intentionally wrestle with.
And before we go on that, we will hear from power providers in a little bit. We'll hear from our PSC, and they'll be able to address, I think, some of those questions. And we have a lot of statutory nuances that I think would allow something to be formulated that would meet kind of the diversity of interests there. But I agree with Mr. Obermuller that it would take a little bit of work, but I think I love the concept. So,
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Obermueller, thank you. And thank you for your work on that bill over the session when it came to House Revenue. I thought it was a great idea. It made sense, easy, and you have waste gas that could not be transported, could not be used otherwise, being used in a productive way. But so number 3, the option of having a central plant that's centralized waste gas in general. So that's building the infrastructure to make more, to be able to take away that waste gas and put it somewhere. What's the difference between doing that and then just increasing capacity on the pipeline to take away more gas?
Sure. I think Representative, you're asking what would make that better for my members? Is that why would that be any different than the way it is?
Increasing infrastructure of natural gas pipelines.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I appreciate that question. The answer is, the answer has a lot of assumptions built into it. Assuming that natural gas does not stay at $5 or at $4.85 and drops down to a more previous decade low, there is opportunity there based on the sale of gas for the purposes of mining in other states where there's a lot more stranded asset, that there could be a more economic reason for my members to be a part of it. But that assumption is based on what I'm looking at in the past decade of gas prices. It doesn't make a difference at the end of the day if all we're talking about is waste gas and the price of natural gas is at $5, where it just simply is not going to pencil out.
I wasn't quite clear on where's the gas going? If we're flaring so much less of our production in Wyoming relative to other states, where's it going? Are we just venting it, or is more of it ending up in the pipeline?
Islam, thank you for that question. I love being able to talk about this because it's such a great success story in Wyoming. No, the flaring and the venting are combined. I just sort of capture it all when I talk about flaring, but it's limited by statute in Wyoming, as I mentioned, and you have to seek exemptions in order to go higher than that. The fact of the matter is, the state of Wyoming has a pretty decent takeaway capacity. We're very different from the Bakken in that case in North Dakota, where they have significant challenges of permitting and accessing land in order to build pipeline capacity. So that giant farm that I mentioned in North Dakota, part of that is the operators have no other choice of what to do with their associated gas at this point. Then these large data mining has really, or crypto mining has really given them a lifeline. We don't necessarily need that lifeline because we have the takeaway capacity to get the product to market. And we've constantly worked on ways to reduce flaring. We just don't like it here all that much, so we work pretty hard.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just layer on there to the answer for is the Wyoming has, I believe, the lowest emissions profiles of oil and gas in the country. Something it is a competitive advantage for oil and gas production.
So we have this uniqueness of the room, which is that our microphones are high above you. I think our audience may not have heard you. Say it again, loud.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Really loud.
My pleasure. Yes, a unique characteristic of oil and gas production in Wyoming is that it has, I believe it's the lowest emissions profile of any oil and gas play in the country.
Mr. Chairman, not an expert in oil and gas sort of conversion to electricity, but at $5, what? And we're talking about kind of the replacement, right? Which is just to send it down the pipeline as opposed to consume it on the pad or in a centralized location. If it's possible to do back of the envelope math at $5, what's the equivalent cost of electricity if you were spinning a turbine right there? Is it 3 cents, 5 cents, 2 cents, 10 cents? Is there a way to put those on the same basis? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, it's very hard to, short answer is no, sir. I would not like to give any sort of rule of thumb public testimony. Those calculations can exist certainly with the conversion of natural gas to electricity. It depends on the size of the system, scale of the system, the conversion technology itself. It's a fuel cell or a micro turbine. It's too complex for. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I hesitate to,
So just take this with an enormous grain of salt. But in conversations that I've had with members over the past couple of weeks about this, a number of them have said to me that a really rough, again, please know that there's lots of throat clearing and caveats here, but that $5 is about 5 cents per kilowatt hour.
Follow up, recognizing that you don't want to be put on the spot with these kind of calculations, but what if you looked at a trailing 3, 5, 10-year average of prices, what would it be? I mean, 5 is kind of a spiky number, obviously. That's my first question. What's kind of a trailing average price?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer that on a nationwide perspective.
No,
In Wyoming, we are hindered by our distance to market. We currently have a lot of competitive advantages.
Gas fields in Western Wyoming being true gas fields, and so as opposed to associated gas. But during the past decade, it's hovered at around $2 or so, and dropped below that, which is really terrible. Above has been okay, but the $4 and above that we've seen since July is way out of range from the past decade.
Thank you. Is it a fair corollary of $5 was 5 cents? Can we say $2 is 2 cents?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is that. I don't think it is that linear, right?
Last question, if I might, Mr. Chairman. Is it conceivable that with the right infrastructure in place, that conversion to an electricity cost could be better than what you're sort of estimating? Is there if we kind of dream big and the right facilities are built in the right location, that you could deliver electricity lower than that 5 ratio you were estimating?
Mr. Chairman. I think that is feasible.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you're doing interesting research. You're looking at natural gas and the different products you can roll out of natural gas. I know you're doing that with coal, but are you doing some research there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Murphy, we don't, yes, in the context of hydrogen. So natural gas is a incredible feedstock, the lowest cost feedstock for production of hydrogen currently. Hydrogen, if you manage to capture the CO2 and do something with the CO2. And hydrogen there are some advanced thermodynamic cycles in other systems where you can envisage taking byproducts of a large compression system. For example, at Opal, we have ethanes and propanes and butanes coming with that natural gas. And in a hydrogen-based system, you could be adding more carbon to it and going into plastics production, having ethylenes and propylenes and things like that. So there are some considerations in that space. Our research and development efforts are mostly on the establishment of the infrastructure itself. We don't fund, at least not now, we don't fund any pure electrochemical research at all. It's more about the industrial build out that we're pursuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking forward and contemplating the vision that you put forward, Mr. Obermueller, of, if we could have sort of a collection facility and build around that concept over the next several years. What do we see on the horizon for localization, number of wells that could potentially be drilled? And I think it's important for folks to know that we're talking about oil wells being drilled where the natural gas production is seen as a byproduct rather than the primary production. So drilling oil wells rather than gas wells that we're primarily focusing on here. And what could this look like over the next 5-10 years if we tried to carry this out based on what we see on the horizon for planning?
Mr. Chairman, I think Senator Office, you're asking about what is the potential for our production capacity in Wyoming? Limitless. We have just an amazing amount of product here, and it is desirable in the sense that it competes with what you hear in the news about light sweet crude from Texas. The product that comes from the Powder River Basin in particular is quite desirable, and if the Energy Information Administration's projections for demand are correct, then there's lots of opportunity for that. In terms of the regulatory space in the Powder River Basin, recent completion of the environmental work and all of that necessary to advance project in the Powder River Basin, Converse County, that because of the nature of the statute that requires the environmental look, they have to take like the biggest case scenario and look at it. And so the biggest case scenario is 5,000 wells over 10 years. 5,000 wells over 10 years is unlikely to happen, but that's what they have to look at. It gives you a sense of the scope of how much production could take place in a relatively small area in the Powder River Basin of northern Converse and southern Campbell County, where it's not infeasible to have gathering lines from multiple operators that that could bring product together.
Follow, Mr. Chairman. And on that build out the Powder River Basin, contemplating Representative Yin's question about, at what point does it make more sense for the producers as you're building out 5,000 or up to 5,000 wells over the next 10 years to develop a full tie into the distribution system as opposed to trying to eliminate their transient production? Is that something where, 650 or 750, all of a sudden they're trying to figure out how to sell off the gas, or is it a point at which there really isn't going to be any potential for market distribution and we need to find a solution for the gas that needs to be flared or vented?
Mr. Chairman, I think I understand your question. You might need to rephrase it for me, but I think what I heard you ask is what if we is there a potential scenario where there's just simply there's no economic reason for selling the gas in the pipeline anymore? Is that right?
No, Mr. Chairman, kind of the opposite, where there'd be a price point where they would want to, instead of using it for this type of an operation that we're contemplating, actually building the infrastructure that's sufficient to provide it to the midstream.
Chairman, the answer is yes, but I don't know what that price point is, unfortunately. It's I would just be unable to tell you exactly what that price point is.
And that's something I think we could probably try and look into and flag down. And Mr. Chairman, one more question along these lines. And we talk about this a lot on the Minerals Committee, the idea of trying to make Wyoming an attractive location for selecting drilling sites and recognizing that there's limited capital prioritized depending on where the best ROI on a well is going to be at any given time. What are your thoughts on if we're developing out a system where we have cryptocurrency mining associated with a new drilling operation? Is that something that would provide Wyoming with a bit of a leg up if we had a streamlined system as far as identifying and selecting? Is it significant enough to affect siting decisions and drilling decisions, or is it going to be off in the margins in terms of the economics?
Mr. Chairman, I hesitate to say it's off in the margins. but I don't know that it would be the biggest driver. It is certainly helpful in the case of the step out wells that if you had, which is why so many of my members have talked about kind of extremely mobile units. If you had an ability to where the issue of associated gas was not going to be a problem, you just take that off your list of things that you have to worry about on a step out well. That's a pretty big deal. You just don't know what that volume is going to be, and getting approval is not necessarily easy. It shouldn't be easy to go above the statutory flaring amount. So I think that part is important. Is it the most important thing? We've all talked about having the resources the most important thing. That's of course true. And then after that, it's simply the costs of production and everything associated with costs of production that dictate location after that.
And one final question that reminds me of, Mr. Chairman, we've talked before also about just the power cost in Wyoming being a significant factor in the overall cost of an oil project. Do you think there's anything here, or do you see any synergies with what we're working on here that might provide opportunity for oil and gas community to take advantage of some of this policy or any of these ideas that we've got?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I certainly hope so. I think I've testified before minerals before and others that that electricity costs for my members are second only to labor costs in terms of cost of production. Electricity costs are very, very high, and a significant portion of our capital expenditures for producing in Wyoming. So again, we've had lots of difficult discussions about what to do about that. I don't think we've landed on a satisfactory solution yet. And to the extent that there are synergies there, I certainly would love to find them.
Thanks.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, for these out of reach wells or step out wells, just a general rule of thumb, what the distance from where wells drilled to the nearest infrastructure really starts to impact the economics of that well? Answer.
Mr. Chairman, no, there's not. It's totally dependent on the distance, the economics of the well itself, the terrain, how willing your midstream partner is to build out, all that sort of stuff. There's really no rule of thumb, and it's really on a per well basis.
So it sounds like there's just a ton of different factors. So you could have a well that's really close, but will be uneconomical. But that would be less economical just because of the infrastructure or the downhole geology.
Yeah.
And I ask that just from the perspective, if I'm a mining company and I have to transport X amount of equipment on X amount of trucks, is that how, I think that the closer or the further out it is, I think would impact their economics as well. So that was just what I was wondering. So.
Anything else? Great.
Certainly want to be helpful in any way that we possibly can. So please reach out to me.
Me and I'll reach out to my members and try to be as helpful as I can.
Mr. Chairman, thank you both. This was exactly.
Thank you. Pause to reflect for just a few seconds how full this room is, and that it was so full that we had to bring in more chairs.
Yes.
And I haven't attended as many committee meetings as you have in my career, but
Yeah, this is well attended.
this is good.
This is good.
This is full room.
All right. Bush, come on up. Talk about power now. First two, we don't have to talk about, climate and weather. We've got that already down. It's the energy part that we need to talk about.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, David Bush, Black Hills Energy. this is, I would echo those statements. This is probably the best attended interim committee meeting I've ever been to. These always are, even back when you were the blockchain task force, this was always a well-attended meeting. So, as I said, David Bush, Black Hills Energy. Just a brief overview. Black Hills serves electricity and natural gas to roughly 172,000 customers in 57 communities throughout Wyoming. Many of them represented here: Cheyenne, Casper, Laramie, Riverton, Lander, Cody, and Gillette, just to name a few. We operate 2 electric utilities, one serving customers in Cheyenne and surrounding communities, as well as one in eastern Wyoming, which serves Newcastle, Osage, places like that. That's actually served by our South Dakota electric utility, Black Hills Power. We're bullish on Wyoming. We've been an active partner with local economic development efforts across the state on the natural gas and on the electric side. In Cheyenne, we have successfully partnered with LEADS, the local economic development corporation there, on some business recruiting the miners since the legislature started passing the bills a few years ago now. Cheyenne was early on an attractive place for many of them because of our proximity to Denver, interstates, things like that. And I think it's fair to say that we also have a pretty strong electricity system down there, so reliable and things like that. In 2019, we worked with the blockchain task force at the time to pass House Bill 113. Some of you on the committee at the time would remember that bill. It's a good little bill to keep with the theme of the day. There's special electric utility agreements. That legislation provided us an opportunity to work with crypto miners on market energy purchases if they were willing to have their service interrupted in times of high demand. Since then, we've been contacted by several entities looking for service. Early on, especially, we were getting some. Lately, we've seen from 5 to 500 megawatts requests. Average electricity demand in Cheyenne is about 225 megawatts. So we're talking twice Cheyenne, almost. So we're bullish. We want to bring these folks in. We want to do everything we can, but we have to be mindful that we do have some system limitations in Cheyenne. Currently, we're not serving any crypto miners on that blockchain interruptible tariff, but we have instituted since, I believe it was in July, when a lot of the crypto miners were ejected from overseas and started coming back to the States and showing more interest. Our folks in Rapid City on the business development side came up with an RFP plan. Basically, we are asking Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power is our business unit that runs the Cheyenne Electric utility. The amount of requests coming in was overwhelming, and we just didn't have enough people to really follow up on all of them. And some of them, as Mr. Obermueller pointed out, it was hard to tell sometime what we were getting. Legit capitalized folks versus some that were just fishing almost. So we instituted an RFP, and basically it was our way of trying to prioritize these requests, see who we could work with, and get the power going as quickly as possible. As I'm sure you've all heard, these folks show up and they want the power immediately. So we have to act quickly in order to serve their needs. We put forward a timeline, got the RFP out. I think Mr. Kaufman was possibly engaged in some of that too with some of his clients. We received 12 completed proposals by the September 7th deadline. Exceeded our expectations of what we thought we'd get. We're looking at each proposal now and trying to see who we can work with. And that, again, that's not me particularly as the government affairs guy. That's our folks that are the team is working on in Rapid City, trying to figure out what we can do and how. Caveat there, as with everything is, we are regulated. So critical that we evaluate each proposal closely to ensure that we're minimizing risk to existing customers, community, and our business. We're still hoping to get as many of the folks as we can, the miners that we can, into the Cheyenne area. There's a lot of land there. There's business parks that are available. We do have some infrastructure that's in place, basically ready to go, not at the 500 megawatt level, but at the smaller levels, we can accommodate folks pretty quickly. The RFP, they're hoping to have some of those executed agreements mid-October, late October is the timeframe that we're looking at to try to get those done. So I think really with that, that's kind of my opening statement as far as where we are and what we're about, and what we're trying to do in Cheyenne. We haven't seen as much activity, I don't believe, up in the Newcastle area. I think it's just a little bit more isolated, but in Cheyenne, we're still very active.
And Mr. Bush, I think what I want to do is have a broader power conversation. So there may be questions that can be answered by Mr. Bush, but I also have Mr. Eller. And I thought maybe I'd bring him in now. Let's bring Sean and Brad up.
All my buddies coming up?
Yep, let's bring everyone up.
Yeah. Good idea. Get
Sean,
get opening statements from each maybe, and then have general questions. It's a good idea. Save us time.
let's do that.
I feel like with the crowd we have, the people we have, we could probably do this for 8, 12, 14 hours and not exhausted. So we have to be a little thoughtful at that time.
So let's jump real quick over to the virtual world to Mr. Eller.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear and see me?
Yes.
We can definitely hear you.
Very good, very good. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for having me. My name is Craig Eller. I'm the Vice President of Business Policy and Development for Rocky Mountain Power. Trying to be mindful of time, so I'll have a similar summary here to Mr. Bush, but I think as everyone is aware, Rocky Mountain Power is the largest regulated utility in Wyoming and the lowest cost major electric utility in the Intermountain West. Our average electric rates are 10% lower than the average price in Wyoming and 34% lower than the national average. So while, rates for individual customers will be highly dependent on their specific, voltage requirements, demand, average, load, et cetera. Under our normal tariffs, customers that avoid, all peak hours can see rates as low as about 2 cents per kilowatt hour. Oftentimes, maybe in comparison, I'll look at a base load customer around the clock data center type use. They may see rates, again, depending on their specific requirements, as low as 5 cents per kilowatt hour. We've also implemented a pilot program for interruptible customers that, if they agree to allow us to curtail their load up to 100 hours per year, they can see, savings below that level. In addition, we have filed for a new special contract tariff that we're seeking approval on. Basically allows us to enter special contracts that would be reviewed and approved by the commission prior to them going into effect for customers over 10 megawatts that have unique characteristics. And I think one of the things that we look at, like the Black Hills program, is kind of that interruption, and is it a load that's flexible and we can use it to help manage the system and not have it incurring incremental on-peak costs. So our regional business managers are working very closely with interested parties. We're also working with local economic development boards and similar organizations to really help identify locations that would be conducive to crypto operations. We're getting several calls per week, I would say, from interested parties, and really one of the major gating items is their desire to kind of interconnect immediately, and then finding those locations where there's adequate infrastructure, be that, a large building that also has, large electric infrastructure, et cetera. So again, we're working with those local communities and with the customers trying to find those locations. I think that covers my opening remarks, and happy to answer any questions.
Let's go to Sean. Yeah, we're gonna continue to tee it up in committee. Sean?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sean Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. So if I'm being honest, I understood maybe about 1% of what you guys talked about this morning. And that was a discussion about the importance of steamboat to our state. So, but what I do know and what I can appreciate is the potential loads that these mining operations could bring to the state of Wyoming, potentially to our rural electric co-op service territories, and what that load could mean to our members and to the rural communities where we serve. Some of you know, we represent 11 rural electric co-ops across the state, from Jackson to Pine Bluffs to Mountain View to Sundance, and most of the rural communities in between that. So we have a pretty large footprint in terms of geography. Obviously, Black Hills and Rocky has the majority of the population, but we do have a pretty big footprint. We also represent 3 generation transmission cooperatives, or G&Ts. One of those is with me today, and I'll let Brad introduce himself here in a minute. But the G&Ts they're the wholesale power provider to those 11 distribution cooperatives across the state. Tri-State, who I know some of you are familiar with, serves 8 of our co-ops. And so they have a pretty large footprint within the state of Wyoming as well. And they've been working with some of our distribution systems on some crypto mining potential. And so I wanted to have Brad Nevergall come and visit with you all about some potential that we see happening with some of the co-ops. And I will tell you, our largest co-op, Powder River Energy, up in the Powder River Basin, they're not served by Tri-State, they're served by Basin. And I know they've been working with Basin and some crypto mining operations there as well. So there is some interest in rural Wyoming, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Brad so we can maybe talk a little bit more about that.
Mr. Nevergall?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sean. Brad Nevergall, Senior Vice President at Tri-State. I run the energy management group, so part of my responsibilities are to look for new loads and develop. We do resource planning, resource dispatch as well. So Tri-State, as Sean said, is a not-for-profit wholesale company that is owned by our 45 members, including the 8 distribution co-ops here in the state of Wyoming. Do only wholesale, no retail. So all of the conversations that we're having with with the crypto mining industry has been with our distribution co-ops. And so we're working with them to find these locations that some of these other gentlemen have already talked about. So Tri-State is one of the original owners of the Missouri Basin Power Project, which is based in Wheatland, Wyoming. It is the Laramie River Station, along with a lot of high voltage transmission that gets that power from the Laramie River Station out into Wyoming, as well as into Nebraska and into Colorado. Tri-State owns about 5,000 miles of high voltage transmission, so we don't do any of the distribution stuff, just the high voltage, which is what these crypto mining opportunities generally need because of the size of the loads. So we take that power from Laramie River Station, one of our lowest cost, most efficient, most reliable resources for Tri-State. And we take that power, and for the last 40 years, we've taken that power to serve our members in Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. Back in 2018, we bought additional ownership interest in the Missouri Basin Power Project, and again in 2021. So some other utilities are stepping out of their ownership, and Tri-State has made 2 acquisitions to increase our ownership of the Missouri Basin Power Project to 28.5%. But now we've got to make some operational changes, and this is based on carbon legislation that was passed in the state of Colorado back in 2019. Based on this new law, we will be unable to bring that power into Colorado to serve our member load on an increasing share as the carbon restrictions ramp up. we'll be able to take less and less of that power. And so that has the potential to actually strand some of that generation in the state, and we don't have the ability to get that out into other states. So based on this, we have a vested interest in creating new loads, or trying to help create new loads in the state of Wyoming that could use low cost, reliable power for years to come. We're currently working with several of our distribution co-ops in Wyoming and in some other states, but primarily here in Wyoming, to negotiate contracts for some new data center opportunities. If we're successful, we will create some new jobs in the state. We will generate additional property and sales tax revenue for the state and for the counties. We will find a productive use for some vacant buildings that are available in some small towns. In one instance, we were looking at a school, a small town that had built a new school and had the old school sitting there. And so we've been exploring that opportunity. So there may be some opportunities to either do new build or to repurpose existing infrastructure. And then I think one of the other key things for us and for the other owners of Laramie River Station is that we would keep Laramie River Station loaded at a pretty high capacity factor, which helps the efficiency and the overall cost structure of that. So I appreciate the fact that Wyoming is open for business, and Tri-State and its members are open for business as well. And that concludes my opening remarks.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Myers, that's the guy you want to see if you want to buy a bunch of electricity. Questions? Or actually, I want to start with Mr. Bush and Black Hills Energy. So it sounds like you have 7 RFPs. Obviously, I know you can't go into the specifics, that's probably confidential, but at a broad level, could you maybe talk about what are some of the criteria that you guys have in your RFPs? Because I know separating the wheat from chaff is important. You want to deal with legitimate people who have the money to do what they say they want to. But could you talk about the criteria that Black Hills has developed at a broad level?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, can at a broad level. I haven't been engaged with the specifics on the RFP, but I think it is just that, the financial piece, a lot of the contacts that we received early on were, as Mr. Obermuller stated, you would start talking about costs and things that would we talk to a customer about, and we would get ghosted. We wouldn't hear back from these folks. So we're trying to, as you say, and has been, actually, that's a euphemism, I think, that has been used several times, separating the wheat from the chaff. Financial side of it is a big factor of that. Company history, whether they've been around for a while in mining in other parts of the country. There have been several miners that have operations in other states and other countries that have certainly a timeline of doing this, that have a little bit more experience with it and a little bit more history that we can look at. So I think that was a big part of it, and just looking at what their needs were when they needed it. And some of them have goals for power that they get as far as the generation, what it comes from. They want clean energy. So that's a factor that we've had to look at as well. So there's things like that that I think are all included in the RFP process that we're trying to figure out.
Go ahead. Bush. Again, some of these miners are looking for a lot of electricity, hundreds of megawatts. On your grid, how much capacity do you have available right now?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, that is a great question. I'm not sure I have an exact number. I know that there is some capacity for those larger customers that we've reserved. We definitely would love to have them. Obviously, we're in the business of producing and selling electricity, so we want to sell it to these big customers. That's a big reason why we have worked so hard at recruiting more of the traditional data centers as well. I would have to get back to you on a specific number, but there is some capacity there. Is it several hundred megawatts? I don't know. I mean, it would just, I'd have to get a better number from our folks.
Ms. Black Hill's been able to come up with a number. What it sounds like, kind of the golden rule of desire of these miners is that they need truly uninterruptible power. 24/7, 365. They need juice. So my question is, some of these customers been able to come down to identify a price for uninterruptible power?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, I believe so. I'm not in those negotiations, but I think there has been some discussion on that. And I don't know where that stands though, but I could also try to get back to you on that one.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
So this discussion of interruptible versus uninterruptible, and Mr. Eller mentioned this as well, where its qualification, it sounded like for an interruptible power solution was on the order of 100 hours possible interruption over a year. A year is almost 9,000 hours, a little shy of that. When any of you are discussing interruptible versus uninterruptible, it sounds like there's a tremendous difference in terms of the price that you can provide, whether it's interruptible or uninterruptible. I think there's a desire among industry to have it be uninterruptible, but at some point the economics trade off. And so I'm curious to hear a little more discussion about interruptible versus uninterruptible, as well as in the context of House Bill 113 from a few years ago, where we provide this power purchase negotiation for interruptible power supply. And it seems like we've got a good construct there. So when each of you are contemplating an interruptible agreement versus an uninterruptible agreement, how many hours of capped interruption are you talking in a year, similar to what Mr. Eller was discussing? What does that look like when you're negotiating and providing that you need the option of interruptible power? And I'll ask each of you, and maybe Mr. Eller has further comments on it, but I think it's important to have that conversation. So maybe starting with Mr. Bush, going forward if we can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Bush.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, I think that is, again, I'm not in these negotiations, but I believe that is part of the negotiation, is how much do you want to be interrupted and how that can affect the price. I don't know what the hours are that they're talking about, but I think that's, it's a scale, right? The more you're willing to be interrupted, the lower we can possibly work on the price. So.
Braster, never go.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a little bit of a sliding scale, and the value of interruption, the ability to interrupt, has increased dramatically in the last year or two, because for a decade we've seen very low power prices, but in the last couple of years there have been numerous events now in California and in Texas where prices have gone to levels that we haven't seen really in my whole career. So we've sold power almost $2,000 a megawatt hour in the southwest part of our territory, and so that ability to interrupt can be extremely valuable now, whereas it didn't used to be. But I'm gonna take you on a little bit of a journey here, in that this firm power supply can either be with electrons or it can be with price. And so we're having discussions with crypto mining entities, and we talk to data centers as well. And the data centers like Facebook and Google and those guys, and banks, for instance, they need that firm power and will not be interrupted, right? But crypto mining is very different from that, because they've got the infrastructure there. If they're not mining for a few hours, then it just costs them a little bit of time on their calculation process. So most of the crypto mining entities that we've been talking to are willing to be interrupted. One of the things that we've done, in addition to the power supply being firm, the question is the price firm? And so when we have set the price, we have talked about the ability to interrupt that price, and if they we're calling a buy-through process, whereby we notify them that prices are extremely high in the marketplace, and we would interrupt them so they would lose their electron service and have to shut down some or all of their computers, or they can pay the market price of power.
and firm that up with whatever that market price is. And our discussions have been primarily around 5% per year. So 8,760 hours in a year, 5%, that's roughly 450 hours. And so that's primarily the level of interruption, either on physical interruption or on price interruption that we've been talking to with crypto mining.
I don't know if Mr. Eller has.
Mr. Eller, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. I maybe can. I'll maybe characterize it as a bit of a scale or a spectrum. So I listed a couple of different kind of items. To the 100 hours and kind of the difference between an on peak or kind of a base load and an all off peak. So under our tariff rates, for someone that wants to truly avoid all peak hours, that's a fixed schedule. Every day, basically they would avoid a 2-hour window in the morning and then a window again in the evening where we see our kind of peak demand. So if you were to avoid all of those peak hours, your total capacity factor would be on the order of 60% of the time. So 60% of the time you'd be able to run, 40% of the time you would not. And that kind of has that fixed price of 2 cents that I mentioned. So the other extreme is the 100% base load, operating at the same level 24 hours a day. That's where that 5 cent number is derived from. And that's the type of customer. We've got the fixed option on the 100 hours of curtailment where there's a demand component as well as a component where we're making some compensation when we physically interrupt that load. But that's so to me it's a spectrum. And then between there, right, there's kind of a trading of what's the number of hours. Is it a fixed schedule or is it something that we can dictate based on real market conditions? So is it 200 hours and it's a fixed schedule that maybe has less value to us in the system than 200 hours at our direction? So I think it's all part of it, and I'd maybe characterize those ranges as a bit of a spectrum, if that's helpful.
Couple of questions, if I might. The first, I might suggest that we're talking specifically about crypto mining right now, but I think a lot of what we're talking about applies to large scale computing and storage that would probably dwarf the crypto mining opportunity. The crypto mining opportunity, it seems, is fluid right now, so there's sort of an opportunity that we should be capitalizing on. But I think it's fair to say there's a massive opportunity for Wyoming that is going to be growing exponentially going forward as the need for computing and storage grows exponentially. And Wyoming just frankly isn't competitive right now in our energy costs. And to your question earlier, Mr. Western, we're quite a ways off from what these folks can get priced elsewhere. We have some fiber redundancy issues that we need to fix as well, but it's really, we're not competitive in electricity prices. And this is not meant to at all be a criticism of anyone here today, but I'd like to understand if there is something structurally that we can do differently. Not suggesting that you all shouldn't make a profit and or continue to grow your business nicely, but what is it structurally that is making Wyoming uncompetitive relative to other states, and what can we do to fix that and capture some of this opportunity ahead? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who wants that softball?
When I have seen the map, price map, average retail price relative to other states, I don't think that Wyoming stands out as being a high price state. So first of all, I guess I would maybe challenge that premise. There are places that are cheaper, and for tri-state, because our members are serving these rural areas, our infrastructure costs are high and the load is low, and so therefore that has an impact on us. And so I guess that's all I can say there. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, George.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's a fair point, and I should have been more clear. I wasn't speaking to the consumer pricing, which I do appreciate. We're fortunate here in Wyoming, particularly given the transmission distances that you all are facing. What I'm talking about are these large scale computing opportunities where other states are offering 3 cents-ish kind of pricing, and we're not matching that. I'm not an expert, I'm not involved in the conversations, but I've heard it's upwards of 50% higher. And they're just not going to come here because of that. And we're going to miss this opportunity because of that. So appreciate what you all do and the importance of that for the consumers, and that's not at all what this is about. Is there a way for us to attract this exponentially growing data processing and storage wave in front of us, capture some of that in Wyoming and some of the revenue for the state?
Mr. Chairman, I can take a swing at that one. And hopefully it's not a swing and a miss. So we've been, as I said in my opening statement, we've been pretty aggressive in trying to recruit the traditional data centers. We've got the big one in Cheyenne, and that company is expanding and bringing in a couple more buildings as well. We've worked with them on providing the energy that they need. And again, the energy that they want. A lot of companies these days, larger corporations especially, have, the acronym that everybody's learning, environmental, social, governance goals, things like that. So we're working as best as we can to recruit those because they are huge loads and they are very traditional loads. They're not sporadic, they're not intermittent. They are running 24/7 because they have to. So those are very attractive loads for us. Now, power can be cheaper in other states for sure. I've heard Texas is really competitive on their pricing these days, which is part of the reason that there's a lot of the miners that are headed that way. For years, it's been hydropower has been very cheap. Northwest Wyoming had the cheapest power at one point because they had so much hydropower on their system. So we are, with our utility, our fuel mixes, still coal, gas, and some wind. So we're competing as best as we can and highlighting some of the other factors that make Wyoming attractive, our tax structure, the availability of land, the fact that our power is very reliable, even in instances where we get 3 feet of snow in a freak storm, we're only down for a couple of days at most, and that was just the drifting. They couldn't get crews in to get the power lines back up. So I think we are trying to move beyond just price and look at the other factors as well that can make Wyoming competitive, realizing that there are some limitations with the way that we're structured. As far as answers, is what can we change to make that structure better? I think honestly, that's above my pay grade. That's folks that understand the rate structure and things like that a little better than I do. But I think we're always looking to keep our rates as low as possible for our customers.
But thank you very much for that answer, and Mr. Chairman. Just to the pay grade question, would you take a shot at this? Is the fact that we have a regulated market for these potential uses, whereas Texas doesn't, a contributing factor?
Mr. Chairman, and that is a big question that the state has grappled with. The Corporations Committee has looked at it. I'm sure my colleagues here have some very well thought out comments as well on deregulation for the electricity markets of the state. The most of the research I've seen, and maybe the Public Service Commission also can touch on this, It would not be beneficial to Wyoming just because of, again, our low population, distances and things like that. It would make it, it would not be helpful for the state. One other thing that in reading a lot of news and industry news, especially about Texas, they do have a lot of excess, mostly wind, I believe, capacity that they're trying to find a use for, which I think is where a lot of those lower prices can come from as well. So now that's Texas, and we all know what happened to Texas earlier this year. So, all sorts of contributing factors in that situation for them, but certainly that's a very big conversation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I wanted to ask Mr. Bush and Mr. Eller if you could briefly sort of summarize the differences, compare and contrast between your two companies as to how you treat blockchain customers. Look to me like the blockchain tariff that Black Hills Energy have is a flexible kind of, each customer might get a different price kind of thing, whereas I get the sense that maybe Rocky Mountain Power has a more rigid kind of public utility tariff approach. Maybe that's wrong, but that's my question.
Mr. Eller.
Yeah, to me, we have our tariff, which is definitely the starting point for conversations. But like I mentioned, we are filing our own special contract tariff. Expect to have that in place, kind of first quarter of next year. So, and again, I think where that comes into play, and I think there are similarities, to Black Hills' tariff where it is case specific. It's based on, specific, in their case, interruption parameters. I think there's very similar concepts that would apply to ours. So I don't think it's definitely not, here's our tariff or, we're not interested. But it definitely, it is a guiding post and it is reflective of our cost of service. And so it's really, what is the differentiating factor for a customer that, if it is a around the clock base load, kind of what separates it from another industrial user that those tariff rates are reflective of their costs. So.
A lot of the pricing and a lot of the issues that we look at started out with the stories that we heard early on with crypto mining in places like the Pacific Northwest, New York State, other places like that, where there was a lot of early crypto mining activity. And anecdotal, of course, stories of people plugging in mom and dad's basement, and all of a sudden the power goes through the roof. There's, how this all works. There's certain allotments for specifically cheap hydropower. That hydropower gets used up, and then utility has to go out and start buying power on the market. Costs go up for the other customers. So there was places that started banning crypto mining in, I think Washington State or maybe Oregon, and I know New York did for a while as well because of that. So when we came up with the idea for this tariff back in 2019 and the ability to work with these, with the miners, it was with that in mind. We're trying to protect our existing customers, the mom and pops, and including the traditional, industrial loads that we have, and figure out a way that we can work with them, realizing that we are regulated by the Public Service Commission. There are certain constraints, but with the tariff and the ability to negotiate interruptibility, we're able to do some of those things. Now, I think there's still a lot of frustration with our pricing and kind of where we are, which is why we haven't had very many crypto miners come to the state, and I get that. And that's the process we're trying to improve with the RFP and some of the other things. We're really trying to do what we can, realizing that we have to be protective of our existing customers and frankly, our company, kind of financial stability and all that kind of stuff. So long-winded answer. That might have been a miss. That might have been a swing and a miss.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, to maybe go in a different direction from the cooperative perspective, us being not regulated by the PSC may offer us a little bit more flexibility in that. However, Tri-State and our base and our other big GT, they are regulated by the FERC. And so any type of, I guess, what did you call it, business retention type of tariff. So at the distribution level, to local level, we may be able to work something out. But given that the co-ops are not for profit, we're member owned, we won't make a decision that is to the detriment of the other members, whether you're talking at the distribution level or at the Tri-State G&T level. So we have to take all those components into play. And to echo both what Mr. Nebergall and Mr. Bush said, to your point as well, and I would be curious to hear what would be the trade-offs that mining or data centers, I don't know if you want to call them trade-offs, but is the climate in Wyoming, both weather-wise and tax climate, is that worth a few extra cents to the bottom line? I don't know. If it is, maybe there's some wiggle room there. But again, from the cooperative perspective, as Mr. Nebergall said, given our vast differences on low density, we're always going to run into the price question.
Well, I feel like we're gonna find that answer today. We have a lot of miners in the room. So I think we'll eventually get to that. Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know who to direct this question to, but I've worked with a bunch of miners that are here already and several that are looking to locate. And one of the themes that I keep hearing from them is that when they ask about the rate comparison with places like in Texas, the folks here keep saying that we have an all-in rate versus what they're getting in Texas, where there might be transmission charges or things. I don't know enough to know if that's true and what those other charges might be. Can you guys speak to that at all and talk a little bit about the rate structure, understanding that they're a deregulated market and we're a regulated market, but I don't understand enough to know what those difference in rates might be.
Yeah, are there other nuances outside of the fact that simple regulation, non-regulated? Are there other nuances that we can look at?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I can speak for Rocky Mountain Power. So the numbers that I apologize.
No, they were all eager for you. Go ahead.
So the numbers that I was speaking of from our perspective, those are all in numbers. So, I couldn't tell you the specific details of, a structure for a specific deal in Texas or in other locations, but the numbers that I mentioned, kind of that 2 to 5 cent range, those are delivered costs. So would include the generation, transmission, et cetera. That is for a transmission level customer. So they would have their own infrastructure on substation, et cetera. But, from a delivery standpoint, that would be an all-in cost. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to address Mr. Kaufman's question. So you've got different components of that bundle that we all charge. You've got the cost of the electrons, the cost of the transmission, the ancillary services, which is what it takes to keep the grid stable and within voltage and all that sort of thing. And that's a whole nother topic. And then the distribution costs. So those kind of 4 different components are bundled into all of our rates. But in our discussions with the miners, we can disaggregate that if they want us to. And we've had some of those conversations, and some of that was around some of that interruptibility, the firm pricing and on the electrons and the other components. If you go to Texas, you can disaggregate some of that. We can do the same thing, and I'm sure Black Hills and Rocky Mountain can do that as well.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up. Or go ahead. I didn't mean to accuse. I'm just trying to understand if what we're comparing when we hear these rates in Texas, are we comparing the same thing? Because I don't understand that well enough to know if we really are having a fair comparison or if we're missing something.
Sure. I misspoke the question, I think, to the earlier question about would they care about a couple cents, or there are other factors in Wyoming that would offset that. And I think there are other factors in Wyoming that do mitigate somewhat a price delta, but when Microsoft and others, the electricity line item is in the billions for them. And the anticipation is that is going to grow rapidly in the future. So a couple of cents is massive for them and for their decision-making process. So that's why, even though kind of 3 to 5 cents doesn't sound like much, I think it's a really big issue. But my question that I wanted to ask was, can you tell me what would be bad about, is there anything negative for consumers, for the state, for your companies to have massive data centers operating in Wyoming at 3 cents? Structures built to it.
I can jump in. Well,
I don't think there's anything bad about it. I just think that it has to, you've got to be able to find the base electrons, the cost to generate that electricity and get it to that customer at something less than 3 cents, if that's the bogey, right? And if you can do that, then great. And I just, that's a really hard number to get to. And I will say, you know, somebody talked about history. I don't remember if it was Mr. Bush or someone else, but we talked about the history. A lot of these data centers went to the northwest part of the United States. They were getting 2.5 cent power. Lately, we've been hearing 3 cents. I'm hearing 4 cents now, and there's a lot of data centers coming. And there isn't a lot of 2.5 cent power. There isn't a lot of 3 cent power, and they're going to pay what they're going to pay. And if there are other places that can beat that by a little bit, then that's where they may end up going. But I can tell you that in other parts of our service territory, we've had large data centers come in, and they're paying our full rate, and that's well above the 4 cent rate. And why they chose to locate there, I can't tell you exactly. But yeah, if you want to be the data center hub of the United States, you've got to be in that, you know, much lower than that. But that doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, this is so much fun. We should bring in the Public Service Commission now.
Yes.
Please talk about that situation a little bit. Oh, sure. Why not? I'll just be real quick. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because.
Sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm with Senator Lummis as their state policy director. And the reason I wanted to address this is Senator Lummis has given myself and others free rein to specifically target new industry to bring it to the state of Wyoming. And I've had the opportunity to work with several of the entities that were just up here. And so first of all, I do want to state that they've bent over backwards in an effort to bring these entities to the state of Wyoming. So they've been doing great there. But Texas is a misnomer. And I specifically wanted to talk about that. And for those of you that are on the corporations committee, I want to apologize for a refresher about the duck effect. And this is Texas's big hole. And we just recently had an entity that's one of the largest entities in the world. As Long knows who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to state their name until they're ready to. They just got 200 megawatts rug pulled on them in Texas because ERCOT cannot handle baseload because they've overbuilt their green energy. Green energy is nice and works great. The problem with that scenario, though, is peak hours versus non-peak hours. In the early morning, this is where you get the duck effect from. In the early morning, your peak hours are way up as far as your demand is concerned. And as you go through the morning and you get to the middle of the day, it drops down, and then in the evening, it picks way up, and it creates this little duck back, right? Well, green energy is super successful right here in the middle. That's where Texas is. They found, by the way, this was modeled out of California. California came up with the duck effect model in 2012 when they realized, as they were having to shut down people's power, that maybe they overbuilt in their non-sustainable baseload. Texas followed that matter, and so are many other states. Thankfully, Wyoming's not in that place. So when we hear about these entities that are currently in the state of Wyoming looking and talking, the ones that are here, and I will say this unapologetically, there are those entities that are legitimate, and there are those entities that are absolutely full of themselves and have no clue what they're talking about. And those entities that are legitimate, that are already mining and have dealt in this space, the reason why they're hunting Wyoming is because of the baseload. It's because it's a non-interruptible source. Even if they're buying it into an interruptible tariff, it's that non-interruptible source that they can count on that baseload. And so I think when we're comparing apples to apples, it's kind of a weird apple to pear situation because it's not completely level. Certainly Texas has available power at cheap rates in an unregulated scenario, and it's not available. It's just flat not. And so that's the rub that Texas faces. Kind of a worse scenario than we are in Wyoming. But also at the same time, it would be grand if I could get my brothers in the electrical generation to start talking about why that baseload is so important, because I think that's a missing part of their message when they're talking with these entities. And I think it's the most important part of that message, because miners want to be up 24/7, 365. And that's something that our Wyoming utilities have proven to be able to deliver. It's no different than when they run a power line to an oil or gas well. Oil and gas wells are the exact same as miners. In my opinion, you just full are. I'm sorry if Pete is sitting here with PAW still and he's flinching at me saying that, but that's the reality, is they want power as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, and they want it now. That's, Wyoming grew up on that. And so we have the ability to be able to handle that. And as you've seen with some of our utilities, they are capable of going down that road, but it's not going to be the fly-by-night outfits that land in Wyoming. Those are going to land in Texas, where their power is getting shut down. And I will fully dunk on Texas unapologetically. So I wanted to explain that duck effect, because it is such a different, for Mr. Rebel, it is such a different aspect from Wyoming that I think it's worth mentioning.
Right. The take home is we don't care what we do in Texas.
That's right. Yeah. Keep building coal.
Used to getting upstaged by.
He's a hard act to follow.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, and Madam Chairman.
Commissioners, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Chris Petrie. I'm chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission.
And I'm Mary Throne, Commissioner.
And I want to say that I haven't heard anything that I found terribly disagreeable. Our electric utilities have told you just how it is. I think that they have done a fine job within the boundaries of the way that we do utilities in Wyoming. And the way that we do it is we set out to make sure that safe, adequate, and reliable service is available to customers in Wyoming of all types and wherever they are at just and reasonable rates. And what we mean by just and reasonable rates is that the customer will have a certain type of cost profile. It'll cost something to serve them. And a household is different than a trona mine, is different than a data center, is different than coal mine. So we've got different classes of customers and they pay different rates. You heard about some very low interruptible rates. That's a different type of customer. A Trona mine doesn't want interruptible rates. They can't put up with it. And a lot of customers can't put up with it. Our utilities have been very successful at providing a great reliability and quality of service standard. And we take it on ourselves to make sure that they're doing what they can to keep their costs low. I would have to say that if you look around the country at the rates that are paid elsewhere, it's generally pretty favorable to be an electricity customer, and that's been true for many years. The differential between Wyoming and some other parts of the country has changed, and perhaps in some comparisons, Wyoming does not look as good as it has at times in the past, but overall, a very successful approach to providing electric utility service in the state. It's a key focus of the commission and our utilities to align the structure of the rate classes and the rates that are paid by customers to the cost that those types of customers impose on their system. So if the rate is too high, it is likely because the costs, even in the utility, even under the utility's best efforts and under the commissioner's or the commission's eye, the costs in some cases are not going to be the best in America. Residential rates for electricity cents to 18 or 19 cents. That's not have anything to do with them. So with that,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think I'll just build on what Chairman Petrie said. So early on in my tenure on the commission, we received, well, I think it was filed before I was a commissioner, the Black Hills application. And we sent you those materials. And so and if you had a chance to look at the order, the Office of Consumer Advocate intervened in that case to protect the consumers of Wyoming, to be certain that the tariff was written in a way that would protect the other ratepayers. That's our job. And so there are provisions in this tariff, that work to the benefit of Black Hills, but also from our perspective, are designed to protect the ratepayer. And as Mr. Bush said, it's a negotiated contract. But item 7 under the contract says BCIS customers that fail to interrupt service as required by the agreement shall be responsible for all costs incurred by the company due to the failure. So the risk is really being put on the blockchain customer, and so that the ratepayers are protected. And as Mr. Bush said, they haven't actually used this tariff yet. So we'll find out how well it works when someone actually takes advantage of it. And Rocky Mountain Power, as Mr. Keller testified, has not been that specific. But these are not, maybe the scale and the timing or the duration of crypto could be unusual, but Microsoft with Cheyenne Light is expanding, as Mr. Bush said. We just approved that expansion, but after carefully reviewing that Microsoft is on the hook for the cost of that infrastructure. In northeastern Wyoming, where my home native territory, coal bed methane came in fast, needed power, and Precor, the utility up there, which is a co-op, but regulated more by us, has had to deal with the changing nature of that industry. So that's always what we're trying to do. Black Hills came in early, and we just don't actually have any experience yet with this tariff to know how it will work in the end.
Joel. I guess this may be a question for you all, maybe it's a question for my fellow committee members, but it seems that we are in some ways subsidizing the consumers in Wyoming, and in doing so constraining the ability to grow through this potential growth opportunity ahead of us around computational power. And I wonder if, and there's nothing wrong with that, I guess, but is there a better way to do it whereby rather than constraining that growth, we price it in such a way that that growth happens, and then there's a tax involved in that compensates the state in many other ways. And maybe it's a direct subsidy back to consumers if it has to be that way, but the potential revenue loss that we're facing from the mineral extraction industries over the coming decades just to me seems like an opportunity to replace it, but we're not positioned to capture it right now because we're protecting, subsidizing consumers who are scattered across very broad, very few of us scattered across a very vast state. I don't know if you would agree with that.
I would say that one way to look at what the Public Service Commission does is it's an attempt to simulate beneficial effects of competition. So you get lowest prices as possible with reasonable opportunity for return by the business, the utility, and good service. And so as we set the rates for various types of customers that are grouped into classes, one of the main things that is attended to in a rate case where these divisions are examined and the rates are set is to make sure that there aren't any subsidies flowing in between classes of customers, so that we do not have residential customers, for example, subsidizing heavy industry for the sake of economic development. We break the customers up. The utilities are the ones who do this. They break it up and propose it to the commission. But the customers are divided up so that there are not subsidies flowing in between different types of customers. And so you wouldn't have businesses in towns subsidizing residential customers in the suburbs or outlying the town or out in the middle of or subsidizing their livestock well or anything else. So that's a real focus that we take very seriously, and in many cases it's quite explicit. And I've been around the commission for some time now, and I can tell you that over the years, the amount of those types of subsidies have been pretty much pressed out of existence. Not completely, but progress has been steadily made in that direction. There just is not a lot of subsidy of that type that exists at this point. And I'm not sure if that was responsive to the question, but that's what I have to say about subsidies that everybody has concern about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would say if it's true that we're subsidizing the residential class, that we've failed on our mission, and the industrial consumers who are very active in the state of Wyoming would have appealed some of our rate cases. The difficulty is in the rural areas, the co-ops, the smaller co-ops, other than Precor, we don't regulate their rates because they're member owned. And that was a bill that passed when I sat on the other side of the table. And so they vote, they're member owned, they vote. And obviously in a sparsely populated area, if we all lived in Casper and Cheyenne, all of our rates would be a lot less expensive, but we don't.
Can I ask a follow-up on that though? Sorry, thank you. Thank you for that. The very last thing you just said sort of shot holes in the whole argument though. If we all lived in the same place, then we'd have much lower rates. That to me says if someone comes in with massive energy in one location, that they would have much lower rates. But it's the people that are sort of scattered about who we need to effectively subsidize. Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, there, within any rate class, like if you consider the industrial class or we talk about the residential class, within the residential class, there are going to be cost of service differences. There's one house right next door to the substation, and there's one house 5 miles from the substation. Obviously, it's not perfect. The rate classes are broken down according to a little bit of judgment and art, but mostly by accounting. But it doesn't break down on a customer by customer basis. And so there is room for special contracting, and essentially that's what Black Hills has arranged through their tariff and through their efforts, is an opportunity to recognize that. Now, of course, this is a bit of a special case with Black Hills because they're availing themselves of the statute that says we'll take the risk, we'll take the profit if we make some, but they're only going to have so much leeway there to deviate from the rates that they would charge under a regular industrial rate, because they have to make their marginal cost, and you're already comparing against the volumetrically cheapest customers to serve, which are the big steady load type of customers. So you're right, there is a difference, but there is not much subsidization going on. So there's interclass subsidy, interclass or intraclass. So the interclass subsidy is the guy that lives across the street from the substation versus a guy that's 5 or 10 miles down the line. And otherwise, you'd be talking about subsidies between classes. The subsidies between classes are nearly extinct. Now, there's an absolute. And you do have a large part of the state that served by the electric cooperative, and they pass their own judgment according to their members' needs. And I would just say they've been extremely successful at that. That law has been in effect for years and years, and the co-ops have not been in front of the Public Service Commission for an examination of rates since the law was put in place and since they all opted out of retail rate regulation. So they could not have gone far astray from reasonable rate class structure, or we would have heard about it. Somebody would have complained, but that has never occurred. So they're keeping it right in line.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. If I could just add one little concept that we haven't mentioned. Every utility has its certificated territory. So, and the co-ops, not that they have particularly Precor, does have some urban territory, not urban, small towns. Wyoming urban, but so when you look at something in the context of its certificated territory, then that's not
Ms. Long.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Rowan, I'm very glad you brought that up because it seems to me it's not necessarily a consumer versus industrial subsidy. It's the reality that the PUC serves the entire state. And so it's a question of how far the customer is away from the generation. In other words, the transmission cost is really the problem. And you actually have to transmit power over vast distances, and who shares the cost of that is the question. What is fascinating, and I think what Mr. Revel is bringing up, which is a very important topic for the Wyoming legislature to think about, is the Bitcoin miners will literally set up shop right next to the generation. They don't require any transmission investment whatsoever. And so if the to your point, if the PUC is set up statewide so that there, I believe your point that there's, you've done a good job in taking the subsidies out. But what the legislature has done in setting up the PUC by definition requires you to have subsidies in there, because somebody lives close to the power generation and somebody doesn't live close to the power generation and needs transmission infrastructure. And everybody's paying for that transmission infrastructure. And as a result, we have uncompetitive power. So the question is a bigger one, which is, should the PUC have much smaller service areas so that Wyoming can have parts of the state that can sell its power generation on a competitive basis against other parts of the United States that are offering power at half the cost that Wyoming is, and keep the coal plants going?
I would ask, wouldn't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not completely sure. I think there are potentially arrangements in the state where utilities could accommodate crypto mining activities or data center activities proximate to generation. And we have seen, we've been asked to approve potential construction of those very type of facilities that would allow, for example, if you look at the arrangement that Black Hills has created, and then I spoke a minute ago about how there's not that much margin. Well, that might be where there is some of that margin. Is if you really put your consuming equipment right in the parking lot at a power plant, you know, that's where there's a little bit more margin there that they might be able to take advantage of and be able to make a deal. And we have had that sort of proposal in front of the commission, and this has been a while back, but the commission determined that, in fact, as long as there was no cost on the body of ratepayers, and that whoever wanted it done would pay for it, require a certificate of public convenience and necessity. So the regulatory, the commission was satisfied. I wasn't the commissioner at the time, but the commission was satisfied that the bulk of consumers were protected, and the utility could handle that potential construction, and that they would be capable of making sure that they charged enough to not harm themselves and charged a low enough rate, or were able to offer a low enough rate that they could attract the customer. I don't believe the customer ever materialized, but there is a potential for those situations to be created where there is avoidance of transmission expenses, I think.
I think there's probably a lot creatively that can be done within the existing structure. And like I said, there are examples out there, but even if you were like you might have to go through some. I am a history major, not an electrical engineer. As I also, going back to the rural example, if I, Mary Throne, decide to move back to rural Wyoming, rural Campbell County, Wyoming, and want to build a house in our west pasture, I would have to pay for the distribution line, the line extension to get. So, so my fellow ratepayers are not subsidizing that.
We've had a lot of discussions over the years, really trying to look for ways to have these circumstances where you have some proximity, open the fence type of arrangement. And so we've seen a lot of legislation coming through. But one thing I don't recall discussing, and I'm curious if you've seen this in other states, would be something like an industrial power zone where we actually try to create some sort of a new geographic entity where we work with the PSC and power providers to say, all right, we're going to have some limitations on the associated cost of transmission, for example, to this location and try to provide lower costs to a specific region or something along those lines, working with power providers, trying to get certain confidence in the power, and then trying to limit the amount that is going back into the system for the infrastructure and for the provision of power, but simply addressing the cost of the power. Is that a model that has happened in any other location? The idea here trying to create a zone where you actually have a deregulated locale, so to speak, right? We can get some competitive power in this little spot geographically while keeping the rest of the state as a regulated utility through the PSC or regulated oversight through the PSC. Is that a model that any other state has?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of anything like that. It's not something that I've inquired after or studied, but we can certainly look into that.
I'd appreciate that information because this wouldn't just be relevant, obviously, although it clearly is, to cryptocurrency mining. This would be relevant to data centers. You'd really need new power. You'd need a lot of new things so that it doesn't go against the ratepayer base. You couldn't be drawing in power from elsewhere, but you could potentially put together a package that would allow you to create an island that doesn't affect ratepayers in any way. It's outside of the system. What? A campus, we'll call it, because Senator Nethercott says we should, and I'm with it. So an industrial power campus that is outside of the regulatory system and kind of has its own conditions, and that might be useful again for a lot of the things we've discussed, but it might be for petrochemical purposes as well. I'd appreciate, yes, some investigation into whether that's a model that's been done elsewhere or how we might think about that.
Mr. Chairman, some areas are doing innovative projects with microgrids. I don't know that the power is sufficient for this, but and a lot of those projects are renewable projects. They store the power and they give the power back to the grid, and so it can be, in natural disaster situations, if you've got a microgrid that feeds a hospital, then, I expect that there will be more of those sorts of projects in the future. Like there's some in California and to deal with wildfire situations. I'm not familiar with the exact concept you described.
Committee, we should probably roll if we can. Any other questions for the commission before this turns into a corporations meeting?
One of my favorites.
I just to Senator Ross's question, I think we may have some folks that can speak to that are coming up, and I think there's a sort of an I don't know if it's exactly what you described, but Rockdale, Texas has something similar. I don't know the exact regulatory framework or campus that may exist there, but we might be able to hear a bit more on that.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
All right. With that, do you want to break? Let's take a break.
Yes.
15 minutes.
Okay. Good to see you.
Falling nicely behind schedule. Unsurprisingly, but you're on
drive so like 30 miles and then like see the wheels and then people haunting me. So such.
DEQ. Let's rock and roll.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Harper, Director of this company's today, the administration of qualification. The state's experts say that because if there are any questions related to air quality, they should be directed to Nancy.
Perfect.
So we were asked here today to speak about DEQ permitting and siting requirements related to blockchain cryptocurrency mining. We recognize this is a growing field, not only in Wyoming, but in the US. And I have to say there are several environmental considerations that have to be taken into account. I've had some conversations with folks around the state, and I think there's a misperception by some that there are no environmental requirements if they're tapping into, say, a flaring operation, gas. But so we're going to set the record straight on that. In particular, there are air quality considerations, water, industrial siting, and to a lesser degree, waste management. There are also some other state and other federal programs that we are involved with their programs as well when it comes to this type of operation. So the factors to consider that are important for environmental considerations is size and location. I'll speak to location first. Location is important. For example, if your crypto mining operation is in the Upper Green River Basin, we have more stringent requirements in the Upper Green River Basin because of the non-attainment for ozone in past years. And so the air quality permitting requirements would be more stringent in the Upper Green River Basin than they would be in other parts of the state. From a size location, it matters because as you've heard, I think it was Black Hills mentioned that the energy needs range from 5 megawatts to 500 megawatts. And we've seen in the literature and other locations in the country where they have a proposed 200,000 server operation, which has a 750 megawatt demand for energy. And that will play back into either industrial siting or the requirements for air quality permitting. And then in terms of size of the surface disturbance matters because of the stormwater requirements varies depending on the size of the operation. And then we have to look at, are you using self-generation power or are you pulling power off of the grid? And that makes a difference. When we look at the self-generation, it's important on the type of self-generation. Is it coal? Is it natural gas, field gas, solar, wind, hydro, or a combination thereof? All play a role in terms of what the environmental considerations are. So I want to start with industrial siting first, and then we'll work our way down. With industrial siting, projects that are jurisdictional are those that have a construction cost of 236 million or greater for the facility. Now, there are some other nuances there. If you have a solar operation, you're jurisdictional if you have 30 megawatts or disturbance of 100 acres for the operation. For wind, it's greater than 20 turbines would be jurisdictional under industrial siting. But I want to key in on what's jurisdictional related to data centers and take you back to 2010. 2010, there were some data centers that were being proposed in Albany County. And we had determined, working through the Attorney General's office, that those data centers were jurisdictional under industrial siting because they met the cost threshold. At that time, the legislature put in a footnote into the budget bill that said they're not regulated. We couldn't regulate these data centers under industrial siting, which is fine with us. We just needed to know in clear direction what's jurisdictional, what's not. However, that footnote has since expired. There have been other data centers that have been constructed in the state, but those have been constructed in industrial parks. So there's an exemption in the Industrial Siting Act that says if you build a non-mineral processing facility, which this would be, in an industrial park, it is not subject to industrial siting permitting, although there are some data information that is required to be provided to the DEQ that we can then provide to the local communities. The other important piece to that, if it's jurisdictional under industrial siting, a project is jurisdictional, then up to 2.76% of the sales and use tax can be utilized for impact assistance payments to the counties and municipalities in primarily impacted area. So I throw that out there as a consideration as you're working through this, that you might want to think about whether or not you want to continue to have data centers potentially be jurisdictional or not. That's really all I wanted to cover under industrial siting. On water quality, what comes into play here depends on how much land surface disturbance is associated with the mining operation itself. So if there is new disturbance of less than an acre, then there's no requirement. We have best management practices that are available if an entity wants to implement those best management practices and minimize erosion or other things that might affect a waterway. Now, if the disturbance is 1 to 5 acres, a stormwater permit is done by rule, essentially. So there's no application for a permit. It's just you comply with the permit provisions under a small construction permit. And as long as you're complying with that permit, that's all you need to do. The other difference between the larger disturbance projects is if you're between 1 and 5 acres, there's no fee associated with that as well. And typically there's a $100 per permit fee per year. And then if you have greater than or equal to 5 acres, then you are required to have a large construction general permit, which requires a stormwater pollution prevention plan. It requires you to submit a notice of intent, which then we provided issuance or notification that you're approved to operate or do your construction activity. So that's pretty much it for the water quality side of things. Now I'm going to go over at a very high level on air quality, but this is really where a lot of the activity would be in the crypto mining arena, is in the air quality. So just a few things about how we implement air quality requirements at the agency. First off, we operate mostly under state implementation plans, which we then submit to EPA for approval. And our state implementation plans, when we develop those, are consistent with federal requirements. So if we weren't implementing, essentially EPA would be. One program I think that is important to keep on your radar is this discussion around regional haze. Now, regional haze currently has had a lot of involvement or impact on public utilities, so your coal-fired power plants. And that's ongoing in terms of discussions with regional haze. Now we're in round 2 of regional haze, and that then starts to reach into other sectors. We will be going out to public notice, I think, relatively soon with the round 2, and then submitting that to EPA. And then every 5 to 10 years, the next round comes up and we do it all over, and then you look at a new set. And the whole idea is that you want to have your emissions below this glide path to get to the year 2064. Because regional haze, and this is an important point, regional haze is a visibility standard. It's not a health-based standard. It's to improve visibility in the national parks and wilderness areas. There's 156 in the country. So we have to do the modeling necessary to show that we are improving the visibility to those national parks. We'll see a lot of interest by some parties that want to use regional haze as a mechanism to reduce greenhouse gases for the purposes of climate change. And so that's where the rub comes in. And then the last thing I want to say, just as an overview on air quality, is there's in our air quality rules and regulations, really the pertinent part here is what you hear it a lot in the air quality arena is Chapter 6, Section 2, which is our air permit regulations. Now, there are really 4 scenarios that come into play. The first one, and you've had some discussions with the Public Service Commission. So if you're providing the energy through the grid, then there's really no permit from the DEQ that's associated with that. So there's 0 fees, 0 days to process. It's all done through this permitting process that we have is called a letter of authorization, and we issue a letter of authorization if there are insignificant emissions and the ambient air quality is not going to be impacted. So, but there is a fee. There's a fee associated. Our air quality program is a fee-based program. So all of our permitting actions assess a fee. The approximate fee associated with a letter of authorization is $1,000. The time frame to get that permit or that letter of authorization is 45 days. So just to kind of give you some frame of reference. Then there's a minor source permit. And the amount of time for a minor source permit is 120 days. And the fee is approximately $1,500 for a minor source permit. Then we have the larger permits, and those are defined thresholds. So if you have emissions greater than a certain tonnage for different constituents, that will put you into the major category. And major permits to construct, those take a fair amount of time. Those take 12 to 18 months. There's a lot of modeling that has to occur. The cost is approximately $10,000 per construction. The threshold, to give you a sense, one of the threshold numbers is 250 tons of any individual national ambient air quality standard, and there are 6 of those. Then that would become a major source. Major sources also require that you obtain the Title V, what's called the Title V operating permit. So you have a major permit to construct the facility, then you need another permit to operate the facility, and that's called the Title V permit. And that takes another 12 to 18 months. So you can see it's a pretty lengthy process to go through a major facility. So if you're going to build your own energy generating source and it becomes a major facility, that's going to take a fair amount of time. So that's pretty much, I just wanted to hit the highlights there on the air quality.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chairman. Before we leave that, do you have a sense of kind of what the transition points are? So if you're buying power from the grid, obviously there's no air quality permit required. That was one of the things you stated. But then you've got kind of 3 more levels. Any sense of what's qualifying as the letter of authorization threshold? If you had a gas generator or a diesel generator or something along those lines, any sense of what triggers that?
Yes, for me, it's the administrator discretion.
Whatever feels like is the correct answer.
Mr. Chairman, for generators and engines, those would be qualified as a letter authorization source, depending on the size, take, 400, and I'm not good on the terminology in kilowatts and megawatts and all those, but 400 horsepower, that's the word I was looking for. If you take, something that's small size, it depends on the fuel source and it depends on how many you locate at a facility. Oftentimes we're seeing generator sets, 4 at a production site that would fall either under the permit or under a letter authorization. Larger things like a gas turbine would be a minor source.
Okay, thank you.
Just real briefly on other agencies and other considerations. In the discussion here today, we've talked a little bit about the differences between Wyoming and other areas of the country. One of those is going to be the federal lands and the federal minerals associated with the state and what might trigger NEPA with the BLM. And so with 50% surface and about 60% minerals, there's a pretty high likelihood that you're going to run into that scenario. The other is game and under the game and fish. We, as a cooperating agency with the game and fish, when we do our permitting actions, we look at potential impact to sage grouse. That's something that would have to be taken into account, and likewise with wildlife migration corridors. So we're engaged with the game and fish on that as we get those permitting actions, as well as I would say probably more so the Oil and Gas Commission when we're talking about wellheads for oil and gas. And then the last thing I would say on other agencies is EPA. So our oversight is provided by EPA for all of our primacy programs. So that would be pretty much all of air quality. Certainly the stormwater falls under the National Discharge Elimination System program, and that's a primacy program as well. So I guess just in summary is that, yeah, there are environmental considerations depending on the size of your operation, where you're located. Other agencies have an important role to play. One of the things that's, I think, readily apparent to me, based on conversations that I've had with some entities, is that we probably need to work on some outreach and getting some information out to those entities that are involved with the crypto mining. And then certainly working with the Petroleum Association, the Oil and Gas Commission, other state agencies, County Commissioners Association, and the like, to get that information out there as to what types of requirements might be applicable to those operations.
Looks like you stunned them.
Okay. All right. We're always available for questions.
On that, briefly, I think it would be beneficial as the community comes in, if you have large projects and they want to understand what permits are required. Just for all those listening, where would they go? How would they find out, just to get a sense of, all right, I've got a 100 megawatt facility that I'm going to put together. It's going to have this amount of land disturbance, and I want to know what permits I need. How should our interested parties go about finding out that information?
So the first thing I would direct is to the website for the contact information, and then by contacting the agency, we would schedule a meeting, and we do this quite frequently. When projects are being proposed, we'll bring the company in. We'll have the right people there to answer their questions, but just lay out the process. I mean, we need to understand exactly what they're planning. Once we understand that, then we can provide detailed information on what permits they're going to need, what the time frame for those permits are, what the potential fees associated with those permits might be as well.
Excellent.
lands. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you've got some remarks for us, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Scoggin. I'm the Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments, and with me is Deputy Director Jason Crowder. We were asked to come to the committee meeting today to kind of let folks know what's going on currently on state lands with respect to cryptocurrency mining. So I'll start and let y'all know, obviously, this is a new area for state lands. We've recently authorized 2 cryptocurrency mining facilities on state lands. One, the larger facility, is located in northwestern Converse County. The other facility, a smaller one, is located in Fremont County. Currently, those facilities are permitted utilizing our temporary use permit, which is only a 1-year term in duration, and that's largely due to the urgency of the project stemming from volatility of the cryptocurrency markets. In other words, the applicant said, we need to get this, we need to get it done, we need to get moving. And so that was our initial thought, was to utilize that permit. But those 1-year term TUPs will be rolled up into our special use lease agreements, given the commercial nature of them and the desired additional lease term. So as you can imagine, we're utilizing the fabricated Bitcoin or cryptocurrency mining pods on state lands and utilizing the repurposed flare gas. We're excited about this because one of the Board of Land Commissioners' greatest responsibility is to maximize sustainable revenue for the trust beneficiaries to the greatest extent possible for each acre that it manages. So cryptocurrency mining combines revenue generating activities on already disturbed acres. So we're utilizing existing oil and gas facility sites, which reduces surface disturbance to the trust land, which we consider a trust asset, and we're trying to make money largely for K-12 education. This reduces reclamation requirements, invasive weed establishment, reduces erosion, and negative visual impacts to state trust lands. So we are excited to be supporting a new industry. And, we're kind of going through some of the growing pains, trying to figure it out. And my staff indicated to me that in Wyoming, we are the first state to actually be permitting cryptocurrency mining on state trust lands. So that's exciting for us. But of course, we have not had their expertise either to figure out exactly what to charge for this utilization of state land. So we've kind of been going through that process, and Deputy Director Crowder, I'll ask him to weigh in now. He's largely been directing those negotiations with the cryptocurrency mining company.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as the director mentioned, this is new for us. So what we'd like to do is approach the private market and not undercut it or overcut it, regardless of the industry we're talking about. And without an industry to look to, we're kind of left in the dark with that. We do have some provisions within rule that we can rely on a minimum valuation, but we want to make sure that that minimum isn't always what we aim for, but what's appropriate for the actual industry that we're talking about. Specifically here, as the director mentioned, we did reach out to other states that have managed state trust land. Like she said, there were no other comparables we could point to, and there weren't any real comparables we could look at on private land either. Not only is this a new industry, but those private agreements are held close to the chest, and we just can't get access to them in most cases. So then we try to look at what do we have that's comparable uses on existing state trust land with existing leases, and we can use some of those provisions to put together some lease terms for this use. And in this instance, we found that we don't own the material that's being mined. Obviously, we don't own the Bitcoin. There are a lot of regulatory and environmental impacts and costs and other things that go into creating a Bitcoin that we need to be sensitive to as well when we start creating our lease structure. So what we looked to was water, basically. Obviously, the state of Wyoming owns the water, but the Board of Land Commissioners doesn't, and it doesn't regulate that water. However, a lot of water gets used on state land. And so we come up with a model where we allow access to the site, charge a one-time annual site fee for them being on state land. And then we charge a per barrel fee that kind of gives us a sense of the actual use of the property. So we know how many trucks are going in and out of there. And that gives us a sense of what that market could be based on the usage of it. So we used that as a model when we came up with these two leasing structures where we gave them a site fee. We worked with each of the applicants to determine what that could be, what the appropriate amount could be, since we didn't have a comparable to look to. And then we looked at, could we charge on a sale of a Bitcoin? Could that be the usage fee? Obviously, the applicants pushed back on that because they didn't know when they were going to sell that Bitcoin, and they didn't know at what value that could be. And frankly, they didn't know what all the costs were going to be that went into the development of that Bitcoin. So we pulled back off of there, and we settled on a charge per application specific integrated circuit miner, or an ASIC. I have no idea what that is, but apparently there are a lot of those that pay Bitcoins. And so we settled on a price per miner inside each one of those development pods, and charge that on a monthly rate. So as Jen mentioned, as the director mentioned, we have two leases, two permits. One has 400 of those miners, the other has 70. We charge those at $1 a piece per month. And that kind of gives us a sense of how much use is happening on those sites. Now, is that the way to do it? I don't think so. I don't think we've hit a home run here, but we have no idea what a home run looks like either. So as the director mentioned, we're moving from a temporary situation into a longer term lease situation. In that transition, we're able to reapproach those applicants. They should have better market data that we can look at and determine what's more of a fair market rate. Also, when we get into that longer term lease scenario, we're able to put those under 5-year rent review. So every 5 years, we can reassess and redetermine what's appropriate as far as a ground lease for these activities.
First of all, thank you both for being here. I really did want to stress this is a resource that Wyoming has. How many acres of state land do we have in our inventory right now? Deputy Director.
And Mr. Chairman, 3.4 million surface acres.
Okay, so 3.4 million surface acres that are intended to be used as a resource by the state to basically fund K-12 education in the state of Wyoming. That these are trust lands that are available. And I know that a lot of our cryptocurrency miners are choosing to purchase property in the state of Wyoming, but this is another consideration where we have a resource and we're used to utilizing these resources in a lot of different ways, whether it's grazing, water, or mineral development. And so we'd invite the feedback. I think we'd like to understand better, more appropriate leasing structures, but it seems like, in my opinion, this is at least a pretty good start, a reasonable start based on the number of basics that are being used for mining. So thank you for these efforts and thank you for the presentation.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not knowing how important it is, but to me it is important. Are these cap mines, uncapped mines, not mines, but drilling? Just trying to find out, because I know there's a lot of capped drilling that could maybe be utilized as well. And I'm just wondering, are these processed from cap mine wells or?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Right now, the gas that's used to power these facilities is not owned by the state. We don't have a royalty interest in it. There are a lot of active oil drilling activities going on that have secondary gas pumped out of them, and I believe that's what's being used in these facilities. Thank you.
One thought and one question. First of all, very the ASICs for the charge. One idea might be hash rate. If you could put a meter on there, it might be a bit more accurate. And then the question is that I'm not sure if you were here just a little bit ago. Did you happen to hear the discussion earlier that involved the campus of that Senator Rothfuss. Okay. I was going to ask if there's any reason why such a couldn't be located on state lands, and perhaps Senator Rothfuss, if you would kind of re-explain your idea.
Mr. Chairman, the concept was to try and build a campus. The word came from Senator Nethercott.
I've given it to the committee.
Thank you for that. Where we create a habitat where using state lands, permitting, pre-permitting, and trying to provide more flexible power structure rates and provide an opportunity for miners to have a space that again could be state land. Aggregating some of that, I actually spent a little time earlier trying to find a nice contiguous block of state land, and that's whack. But I might be missing something in our inventory where we have something that might be particularly useful and applicable for mining. Bring power there. So I think it's an excellent question by Mr. Avil. Do we have anything in our inventory that isn't just a single section is pretty significant, but any broader aggregations that might seem appropriate in our inventory?
Mr. Chairman, it really depends, I guess. I don't know exactly all the other parameters that need to go into having a site like that. Obviously, we've got a very nice shotgun pattern of ownership across the whole state. We also have a very active real estate program where we can move our patterns in a way that would help facilitate that. And absolutely, there are no restrictions right now to having that kind of an activity on state lands. In fact, we've had some generally high-level type discussions about placing several types of uses close to together. One of the best examples I can think of is a wind generation facility with a natural gas supplement facility and possibly a data storage facility right next to that. So we can absolutely do all of those things.
Sure. Lester. Sure. I know it's a random question, but at least off the top of your head, do you know of any state land that's perhaps right next to a major substation or power station?
Mr. Chairman, not off the top of my head, but we can do that analysis for
you. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to go back to your prior comment, if I could, please. You mentioned that you looked at that in the past, the sort of co-location of those different resources. And was there a reason it didn't move forward?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and largely because of cost. A lot of folks like to do activities on state trust land because they feel they get that use at a discount. That is not at all the case. And so when we approached them with a market rate, that became uneconomical. Secondary to them just owning the property to do that activity.
If I might just clarify, so the math didn't work once they saw the acquisition cost of the land, is effectively what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, that's where our conversation stopped. There could have been other conversations, regulatory and the like, that stopped.
Okay.
The project as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say that, we think this is an exciting opportunity, and we're here to work with y'all and the miners and whoever else to figure out if there are opportunities to be had that are going to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries. So I don't want people to think that we're not interested in doing that. We're certainly here to explore all of that.
Good, thank you. Senator Cost.
This is more a comment probably than a question, but knowing the number of capped wells in different areas, there's considerable number, a lot of those because it turned out that they weren't producing at what they needed rate or whatever. There's potential there that maybe in the future could be tapped. Someone keeps saying to me, K-12 funding, this sounds possible. How about if we check into this a little more? I have no idea how many mines on state lands are capped, but it's just something to think about in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'll say one more thing. Keep us posted if there are any challenges that come up where this becomes a struggle based on the statute, which obviously didn't anticipate this, or if there's anything that we can do to support this endeavor. Please let us know as soon as you can. We're happy to provide that facilitation.
Thank you so much.
All right. Catching up here. It's like it's good time. Man, that was 30 minutes before lunch would have done us good.
Who wasn't enjoying lunch?
Crusoe Energy, that's where we're moving to next. And we have it's Katniss.
I've always been promoted to a panelist, so.
Hello. Happy to have the opportunity to speak with you all. Can you all hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So I was looped into this a little bit later into the process, but I do have some slides that I would love to be able to share. So I'm going to try to do that right now. If you can just give me 1 second here.
You bet. Just start by first introducing yourself for the record, and then you can jump right into that presentation.
Absolutely. My name is.
Just so you're aware, we are behind, but we're catching up, and you can be a part of helping us catch up.
I will be very brief. My name is Kelly Cavness. I'm one of the co-founders and president of Crusoe Energy Systems. And I have been listening to the hearing and found it to be very interesting. And I think a lot of good information was covered. So I'll try to not duplicate that information for you all. I guess we're, responsible in many ways for, some of the subject matter that's been discussed today, because Crusoe was very early in the process of developing data centers designed for the oil field and deploying those to capture flaring natural gas. And we're the largest operator in that space. And we operate across North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. And let me try to present this slide here for you. Hopefully you can see my presentation here.
Yep. We can see it.
Okay, so I'm going to go full screen on this. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit of information about how this business model works. And I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you'd like to direct towards a miner. So I'm happy to kind of serve that purpose and answer any questions there. At a high level, our business is about connecting stranded energy on one side with very energy intensive demand on the other. And so in the United States, we flare about 13 billion cubic feet of gas per day, or sorry, that's globally 13 billion cubic feet of gas per day. The United States represents about 10% of that. So roughly 1.3 BCF per day. If you were to capture all that global flaring and use it for power generation, it would be enough to power all of Africa, which is home to 1.2 billion people. Just to put it in context, there's a lot of energy being wasted through flaring on a global basis. And what Wyoming is very good on flare capture. I mean, some of those numbers that were presented earlier were very accurate, but still there's an opportunity to always do better and bring those numbers down. And Wyoming does flare several tens of millions of cubic feet of gas per day. And so those are opportunities to capture that wasted energy and convert it to something beneficial, which would be, obviously in this case, computing. The other side of the equation is that the data center industry is increasingly consuming more and more electricity. Bitcoin mining specifically is very energy hungry, but there are other versions of high performance computing that are also very energy intensive. So if you add it all up, the data center industry consumes about as much power as the entire country of Germany, the largest industrial economy in Europe. And I've got some projections that I'll share later that show that that's only going to be growing and growing exponentially. So Wyoming as a energy superpower in many regards is positioned really well to capture that opportunity and to supply power to that growing demand through data centers. What our business model does is we have mobile modular data centers and power generation systems. We started off with flare gas, and we capture that flare gas, generate electricity and power, shipping containerized data centers filled with several hundred computers. And those computers then consume the otherwise wasted energy. And then we have various networking solutions to get that data off the site. And typically we can do that without building any physical infrastructure. So these are systems that can be deployed just about anywhere, and we design them to be deployable in a matter of days. So very quick to kind of respond to those flares, and then they can be modular and scaled up or down over time as the well declines and matures, or as new wells are drilled and the volumes increase, we can kind of respond in either direction. More recently, we've begun working with stranded renewables, which we describe as, basically renewables that have been built in a place where there's not enough transmission capacity or local demand for the power. And so then oftentimes those economics for those wind projects can be challenged. And as a result, there's an opportunity to bring a fixed base load demand typically at a sort of firm guaranteed power price. And that's preferable to those operators bidding into a spot market where the price can go up and down. So we sort of solve a risk problem for the wind operator. And then in turn, they can provide, clean and low cost power. Comments about Texas, I think were very accurate. There's a lot of very low cost wind power in Texas at the moment, and some of the mechanics that we already discussed. Wyoming specifically, I think this will be, more interesting for this committee. Obviously, you're all familiar. I'm sitting here in Denver, Colorado, and I grew up in the oil and gas business, and also in the renewable power generation business. I've worked in both industries throughout my career, and I've always looked at Wyoming as a real energy superpower. And the issue has always been, where's the demand locally in the state? There isn't necessarily a large appetite for power domestically within Wyoming's borders. And so data centers are an opportunity to bring more demand into the state. So I think it's really an ideal match in that sense. There's so much more power generation that can be achieved in Wyoming, and it does have a lot of great economic benefits. And so I just wanted to discuss that a little bit. There, within the data center industry, is a growing preference for low carbon power. I think you're going to just see more and more of that sort of ESG narrative that has been leading, obviously, many of the conversations in oil and gas and fossil fuels. And that's sort of now confronting the Bitcoin mining and data center space broadly. So I think if you have pattern recognition from the energy industry, you'll recognize that's going to be important. And Wyoming is actually really uniquely positioned to respond to that. You've got 1.5 gigawatts of wind power generation already installed in Wyoming, but there are many, many more gigawatts that are either under development or have been identified as possible developments. And the lack of local demand and high voltage transmission out of the state, from what I've understood from some of those developers, that has been a challenge. And so the opportunity is obviously to bring data centers directly to those sites. And as was mentioned earlier, if we can get away from the transmission fees and get more of just a pure per kilowatt hour fee, there might be an opportunity to have very low cost power in Wyoming from wind, because it is such a good wind resource. You really do have some of the best wind resources in the country. And the crux of it is the market structuring of how those power purchase agreements are designed. And typically it's the transmission fee and the distribution fees that can kind of make or break the economics, in the case that the actual energy fee is competitive, which I believe it probably would be in Wyoming because of that resource. You've also got some interesting stuff going on with nuclear power. There's the new TerraPower project, which has been announced. I know that's a longer term opportunity, but it is carbon free. I think it's very well suited for this ESG orientation that data center operators are likely to bring. And it can bring that load to the state where otherwise it would be hard to justify building a multi-hundred megawatt or even multi-gigawatt nuclear power plant. Data centers can sort of pair nicely with that. And then, of course, there's natural gas, which we've talked a lot about. 1.5 trillion cubic feet of gas produced last year. And gas is the lowest carbon emitter among fossil fuels, and it pairs very nicely with wind as a backup for renewables. Obviously, we've talked about the potential for modular Bitcoin mining to capture that flare gas on site. That's our core business, and we do that with 60 different data centers deployed across the country and growing. And we can do that at scales ranging from hundreds of thousands of cubic feet per day to millions of cubic feet per day. It's a very flexible solution to sort of increase the environmental performance of those oil and gas wells. In North Dakota, I think there's an interesting analog that you might want to consider. That state has passed Senate Bill 2328. At a high level, what it does is it provides a $6,000 per well per month tax credit, which is it's actually a reduction in the extraction tax that the operator would have to pay. This is for the upstream operator I'm talking about. They get that tax benefit if they reduce on-site flaring in a case where there wasn't otherwise access to traditional infrastructure. And there are some very tight controls in the bill that would prevent abuse. Basically, the midstream operator has to jointly apply or acknowledge that there isn't likely to be a midstream offtake for the gas in the near term. And so that's part of the approval process, is that midstream is acknowledging this will be a flaring site for the foreseeable future. It's capped at 12 months and it sunsets in 2023. But at a high level, if you've got a 5-well pad, this is a $30,000 per well or $30,000 per month tax incentive, adding up to $360,000 over the course of a year. And that has, that's an interesting thing that can tip the scales towards people doing more and more flare mitigation inside the state. North Dakota has really embraced this because they have big flare mitigation goals. And this was super bipartisan in their legislative session this past year. It was getting votes like 84-4. It would pass through the Senate or the House, and then ultimately was signed into law by Governor Burgum in April. Crusoe was consulted pretty extensively through the development of that legislation, but it's not just for data centers. It's also for compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, mechanical refrigeration units, anything that can mitigate flaring on site. Obviously, again, Wyoming has a smaller flaring challenge than North Dakota, but it is still on the order of tens of millions of cubic feet per day. And if you were interested in providing an additional incentive to capture that flare gas and convert it to an economic benefit and a jobs creator for the state, this might be one thing to look at. And the alternative really is either shutting in the well, which reduces the state's revenue and tax roll, or just continued flaring and sort of an environmental issue there that I think the state would rather not just like grant unlimited flaring extensions. So this is kind of an interesting third option that can make it economically justifiable to the operator to do something about the flare. And just really quickly to quantify some of the data center energy consumption numbers we've been talking about. There are some pretty widely cited studies that are projecting that by 2030, data centers could consume as much, and this is IT in general, but data centers are really the largest portion of growth in this power demand. They could consume as much as 21% of all electricity. So this is a global study. This is, currently we're more like 5% goes towards data centers. So the sort of rate of growth here is pretty impressive and scary in some ways, because we're going to need to figure out where that power is going to come from. I think from Wyoming's perspective, it's a real opportunity. The timing is very good. The Chinese mining ban has pushed miners towards the west. A lot of those miners are coming to the United States, and there are some large credible operators that can kind of be the beneficiary there and bring those miners to bear in different states. Texas is obviously getting a lot of that right now. And my recommendation for Wyoming on this would be, if you can find some mechanisms to open up the grid and remove some of the fees that make it so expensive in Wyoming, I think you'll find that your actual energy generation costs are some of the most competitive in the country. It's just the transmission and distribution costs that are getting in the way. And so there were some really creative ideas already discussed here. I liked those concepts that were already being floated. I don't have much more to add to that. I think the ERCOT market is something to look at as a potential model. They've got a system where it's deregulated to a large extent, and really you do have the ability to sort of co-locate with power plants and bypass a lot of the transmission fees. Some kind of really creative, flexible things can be done in Texas, and it seems in line with Wyoming's overall, kind of philosophy as a competition first, capitalist oriented, free market kind of a state. I've really always admired that about Wyoming, and it could make some sense to look at embracing more of that in the utility space. I know that's a huge undertaking, and really respect all the different stakeholders that would have to be engaged in doing something like that. It's not a small feat, but if you could do it, I think that would be one of the big unlocks for bringing more miners onto the grid. And then obviously there's going to be your natural gas based opportunities to reduce flaring, but that's only going to be so scalable simply because you already do have very good gas capture percentage figures in the state. So I don't have anything else prepared in terms of materials. I'd be happy to answer any questions or share a little bit more about Crusoe. I kind of really quickly glossed over my introduction and where our company came from, but I would be happy to share more if that would be useful too.
Thank you, Mr. Cavness. You did fantastic. Committee, questions?
Thank you very much for putting this together for us, and thank you to Mr. Lockmiller as well for his work on it. Appreciate you taking the time. A couple of questions that may be putting you on the spot a little. I don't know if you can answer these off the top of your head, but you mentioned that you think Wyoming could be competitive given its natural resources and its the sort of structure of the transmission and so on that's causing the issue. Do you have a sense for just how competitive, like what, do you have a ballpark of what you think we could charge if we were somehow able to step out of the transmission issue structure that we're in?
Sure. So the wind farms, they receive the production tax credit from the federal government, right? So they're subsidized already. And to the extent that there's like a depreciated wind farm that can be repowered, I think you hear pretty frequently about those facilities being able to bid in the like 2 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour range. We've certainly heard about that kind of opportunity. I think a lot of miners that are going into the market and trying to find those kinds of low cost power would say that there are similar things out there. So there's the new wind farm, which maybe hasn't been fully depreciated, might be a little bit higher up the cost curve, but I don't think it's much because they do get a 2.5 cent per kilowatt hour production tax credit from the federal government. So there are cases in Texas where we've heard of operators like consistently bidding negative power prices, because if they bid -1, they end up with positive 1.5 after the tax credit. So if that's possible, then I would say Wyoming has an amazing wind resource. I don't see why it wouldn't also be possible in Wyoming to get very competitive on the energy cost. The transmission piece is a different question, but if we can come directly to locate behind the meter, then there really is no transmission infrastructure required. It's more of a question of, is there a mechanism in the, legally and from a policy perspective to allow a load to co-locate with a generator and not have to pay a transmission fee? And I don't know the answer to that in Wyoming. I do know that other states have been creative there and have found ways to make that kind of thing possible. So that's just the benefit of this kind of modular data center, is that, physically it can be done. We can bring the load right to the source of power and really cut out all the copper wires and transmission lines and substations and a lot of that stuff that adds up to the big transmission fees.
Hello?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cavness. A couple of follow-up questions. There was a graph you showed with the expanding need for energy that went to 21%, was with data centers. What do you have a different metric? What's the base number? Is that, can you give us a dollar sense or a megawatt sense for what that is? That's
Yeah.
a precursor to my next question.
Sure. So actually the legend on that chart isn't, let's see here, I might have it here. So data centers consuming 500 million megawatt hours per year. I believe that is going to be something on the order of 5 terawatt hours per year.
So 5 terawatt hours per year. And my next question is, how could the state of Wyoming capture revenue off of these ideas that we've bandied about today? What is a reasonable mechanism by which we can capture revenue in the same way that we do minerals, coal being sent down the rail, down in the rail cars today? How could we do that in those 3 sources you had with bullet points and not become uncompetitive?
Sure. So most states do have some version of a sales and use tax. And that can be not just levied on the computing infrastructure, but also the ancillary infrastructure, the electrical systems. And, it is sort of a zero-sum game. If another state is willing to provide an exemption on that, then it's going to be relatively more attractive. But usually that's one of the options. These installations are pretty labor intensive, especially when they're being put together. So there's always sort of a payroll tax component to this that I think gets overlooked. At Crusoe, we have 80 employees. In a state like North Dakota, we have probably about 40 employees, and our average salary is more than $100,000 per year. So they're paying significant payroll taxes there. And then I think I'm right on this, that there's no income tax in Wyoming, or it's very low. You'll have to remind me.
It's low, 0.
So, I mean, in other cases, there'd be an income tax. I guess that's sort of a unique case in Wyoming. I think that it's going to be more against those assets, the sales and use tax, and then the sort of employment benefits would be the obvious ones.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible to capture a little bit of the energy cost? And I'm thinking back to that 5 terawatt hour number and what dollar amount that might be, and if there's some tiny fraction of that that can be scraped by the state as a revenue source, or is that not acceptable to the market, or would that make the rate uncompetitive? I mean, I think it could be a very tiny fraction of a penny we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you could absolutely go that route. It would all ultimately, Bitcoin miners are seeking the lowest cost, highest reliability power that they can, and so just be taken into consideration in that math. If that fee is small enough that it doesn't really tip the scales, then I think it probably works. I definitely understand the perspective that the state will want to see, revenue to the extent this is really growing in the state. It should benefit the state and its tax revenue. And I would think that there's some number that's going to work for everybody in there. I just don't know exactly what it is. You'd have to understand what's the best version of the power purchasing price that we can get to. And again, it's back to this idea of taking out maybe some of the transmission or distribution fees or capacity fees and getting more towards a pure per kilowatt hour number. And if you understood what that number was more precisely, then you could understand kind of how much room there was to layer on a piece for the state. Wind power is obviously not a 24/7 resource. So if it's supplemented by gas or nuclear would be the two kind of clean, low or no carbon options. That's the blended cost that we're really going to be evaluating there. The depreciation on the computers is so expensive and so fast that it really requires 100% runtime, or as close to 100% as possible. And so that's the other consideration, is that it does need to be sort of like supported by a consistent power source.
Representative Sept.
So my question is, I guess, has two parts. One is about what your view is of why data centers have not been more prolific in Wyoming. It's my understanding that we have a total of 4 data centers in our state. Colorado, with 10 times the population, has about 40. So not surprised. Wyoming charges no sales tax on the purchase of equipment for data centers. It's a complete sales tax exemption right now. Colorado, by contrast, does charge sales tax on the equipment. So that incentive doesn't seem to have really made a difference. And if what you just said, second part of the question is if what you just said is that data centers, for example, need consistent power supply, then I don't see how flared gas is going to help anything. I don't see how cheap electricity is going to make it work.
Yeah, I think it's important to kind of separate the two in your mind. So Bitcoin mining can certainly be more interrupted than a traditional data center. So a traditional data center, they'll be targeting what they call 5 nines of reliability, meaning 99.999% runtimes. And that is going to typically look like multiple utility connections and multiple fiber connections and very robust civil engineering on the facility. Bitcoin mining, to the extent it's interrupted, it means lost revenue. So economically, you want to get as close to 100% as possible, but there's not like a customer obligation to always have the data available like you would in a traditional data center. If you're hosting Facebook.com and your data center goes down, then nobody can access their Facebook account. That's kind of a different issue than just the lost revenue of not being able to hash with ASICs. So in certain flare gas applications, we can get the runtimes very, very high. It's not 100%, but it's up into the 90s. It's taken years of innovation and operations development for Crusoe to get to there. It certainly didn't start that way, but that is possible kind of when it's executed well. And that works in the flare gas application for sure. And the benefit is obviously that the fuel is essentially already wasted. So it's a low cost of energy going into the system. Whereas if you're grid connected, you get the reliability, but you're paying more for more of a traditional power purchasing arrangement.
Thank you, Mr. Cass. Oh, Ms. Long. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I was just going to comment on this presentation. What's so crystal clear is that we have cheap power generation in Wyoming, and we have entire industries, not just the blockchain industry, it's also the data center industry, which long predated the blockchain miners. But we therefore have huge demand for that cheap power. What is the blocker? It's the transmission cost. And so I really, truly hope, as a non-voting member of this committee, I can't propose legislation, but I really, truly hope that this committee seriously looks at a power deregulation or enterprise zone, campus, whatever you want to call it, that attracts these industries in. Because if you stop and think about what's going on, the transmission cost is what makes us uncompetitive against other places in the United States. And it's not the generation cost, it's the transmission cost, but our energy generation industry is dying because it can't sell its power. And we have demand for the power, so why not pull out the blocker, which is the transmission cost? But in order to do that, I know it's slaying it's touching a third rail. It's going to mean deregulating some of the power industry in this state. But it seems to me that that's what this committee's task is to look at these things. If you think about the long-term health of the energy industry and the severance payments that come into the general fund, it's dying, unfortunately, and we've got huge demand for it, and one obvious blocker, which is the transmission costs in our power cost structure. Thank you.
We just heard from all the miners. I think, Ms. Long, your comments are definitely well received, certainly by the industry, and I think All right, we have teed up. Now we're moving into this section on your agenda. You'll see it called. What I have teed up are groups of people, and then once I've passed through those groups that I have, it'll just be generally open to anyone. And right now, we're going to move to Hut 8.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me all right?
We sure can.
Excellent. Well, I'm Tanya Woods. I'm the General Counsel, Corporate Secretary, and EVP of Regulatory Affairs for Hut 8 Mining Corporation. I'd like to thank the task force for inviting Hut 8 to participate in these important discussions. With me today, I have my colleague, Jason Zalewski, who's the head of our technology department and group, and he will also help to provide some practical operational insights to the task force. For context, Hut 8 is a public company based in Canada. We trade on the Toronto Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol HUT. We are one of North America's largest innovation-focused digital asset miners, supporting open and decentralized systems since 2018. Our Bitcoin mining operations are located in energy-rich Alberta, Canada, and leverage public and private energy grid opportunities. Hut 8 has one of the highest installed capacity rates in the industry and holds more self-mined Bitcoin than any crypto miner or publicly traded company globally. The company's multi-pronged business strategy includes a profitable digital asset mining business, white label high performance compute hosting, as well as yield and income programs leveraging our Bitcoin held in reserve. Hut 8 was the first publicly traded miner on the Toronto Stock Exchange, and we were the first Canadian miner to be listed on the NASDAQ Global Select Market. Our business team is incredibly experienced and diverse, with years of experience in the crypto space as well as in the high compute energy space. And we are a company that is very committed to ESG alignment and sustainability. I'll pass this over now to Jason to give you a little bit more insight about the mining business from our perspective. And we'll keep it rather brief because we know this has gone on quite long for everybody. So Jason, passing it to you.
Great. Thank you, Tanya. So I think it's already been discussed today, but over the last 4 years, the crypto mining industry has grown out of basements and garages and into professionally managed operations and publicly traded companies. Now, the professional managed operators have characteristics closer to power plant facilities, and North America has been the primary location of growth and emergence of small to large crypto mining facilities, in particular since the exodus from China earlier this year, just a few months ago. So mining operations are fairly unique even compared to power plant operations, in that the electrical loads are very stable, but yet could be shed or ramped up or down within a matter of minutes. And this characteristic aligns with providing base load, certainly, but also fast response times to peak conditions. So also at a large scale, such as Hut 8, miners are incentivized to innovate and improve their overall efficiency, utilizing energy generation, looking at evaluating storage options, and of course, general operations. So reinforcing the speed to ramp up and ramp down, opposed to some other power plants that take hours, days, or weeks to do that. And kind of thinking about Bitcoin as a global product, it's accessible to anyone with an internet connection. However, mining operators, those that support, secure, and sustain the Bitcoin network, need more than just an internet connection, and definitely gravitate to energy abundant areas, as well as other considerations that I know Tanya and I will introduce now in terms of the site selection criteria.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. So for site selection, I mean, I think it's been well articulated throughout the course of these discussions already today. But energy availability and cost are key considerations. Low cost is the attractor. We do carefully consider the likelihood of disruption to our power supply, but we are able generally to navigate curtailment and outages with energy providers. But we do prioritize access to stable power 24/7. The energy source is also something that we are required to consider with our commitments to sustainability and to be very aligned with ESG requirements of public companies. And so we do have a preference toward renewables, sustainable and green energy sources. The third requirement, of course, that we consider quite seriously are regulatory requirements, the requirements around permits, the timing to get these permits in place if we're setting up a new site. We look for risks and policy considerations with regards to state and federal laws. And we also try to identify regulatory hurdles well in advance when we're making our assessments on location. We do consider additional location considerations, including existing IT and power infrastructure, facility conditions if we're going into a pre-existing facility. We look at geopolitical considerations. We look at growth potential as well. So if we're moving toward a location like, let's say, Wyoming, we would be looking at how we could grow across the state and within the communities where we might be considering placement. And that's very, very important to us. And then, of course, we look at taxation and levies. The fifth kind of stream of considerations for selection priority for us is talent and community. So it's really, important that we're in a supportive community and that we have access to available talent. The talent, as we'll explain in a moment, needn't be blockchain or Bitcoin ready, but there has to be a willingness to learn and a willingness to upskill into this area. We also do consider innovation support and capacity for the location to assist us in scaling if we want to do that, as well as in embarking in innovation around green and climate friendly innovation related to our business. We were asked to consider what we would share as learnings that we've collected along the way, both before some of us joined Hut 8 specifically because we have such a depth of experience across the years in the space. I'll let Jason share a few of his kind of key points for learning. There aren't that many, but we tried to think through thoughtfully what would benefit the committee. And I don't believe these have been all said yet. So Jason, maybe you can start with some of the missteps that we've seen and then the opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. And as mentioned, hearing some of the previous speakers, a lot of people in the room have experience with being called trying to understand the needs of the crypto miners. And I think some of the missteps that I've observed over the last 5 years in the industry is that, and it's not dissimilar to other emerging or edge tech industries. So a big part is new markets failing to educate themselves on the industry or really the nuances of what the driving factors are for that specific miner, and also the opposite way where crypto miners fail to educate themselves on the market that they're entering and the needs of the jurisdiction. So generally the blockchain and digital asset industry is not well understood and can be easily stereotyped in negative ways due to popular media or uninformed research and reporting. Also, this leads to false confidence and faulty assumption when trying to attract these companies. Like one example is expecting a 5 to 10 year commitment seems fairly unreasonable to a cryptocurrency miner because their outlook is a lot shorter. And a lot of companies in this space, unless there's really some significant incentives available, wouldn't consider long-term planning in that time horizon. And then miners are also at times misunderstood and can have issues accessing banking services or other business support. These issues really dissuade businesses to move into a market where there's not a lot of support, financial or otherwise. Creating some taxes and levies on crypto miners based on populist data and reporting relating to carbon and environmental concerns, or attempting to apply current operational understandings to this new space e.g. like a tax or a levy based on number of ASICs. Companies that are pressured or tempted to overpromise jobs and markets that demand high employment numbers may not be aligned with the general technology company growth strategy or plans. And this really needs to be considered a sensitive matter and really dealt with on a case by case, because every company in every jurisdiction has different needs. But some of the big opportunities here is, of course, this is an emerging industry that is global, and it's really the beginning of it. So having highly skilled jobs and technology talent and access to those jobs for local workers. We have been able to upskill and train traditional oil and gas and energy industry talents and apply their skills in related crypto mining operations. And roughly about two people for every 15 megawatts of size. And two is the green energy innovation. So with the heightened pressure and public priorities around carbon reduction, environmental considerations, miners can partner with government, grid providers, green energy innovators, and others to advance and pilot relevant climate-friendly innovation. There's a really tight loop there between innovation and application in the Bitcoin mining community. And then, of course, positive engagement for miners and markets helps facilitate the development of broader blockchain and digital asset market experience, education, and broader, in other contexts, attract opportunities for blockchain innovation to the region, such as development. This is a very global, innovative ecosystem that will thrive where it is supported, and programs to attract leading tech innovators, and especially infrastructure providers such as miners. Once again, a very virtuous circle, given all the right players around the table. So with that, I think Tanya has some closing remarks, but I think I can kind of close it off here. So being on the call this afternoon, we definitely applaud the task force for undertaking this work and really look forward to watching your commitments and policy advancement in the relation to cryptocurrency mining.
Exactly. And we definitely encourage the task force to consider other edge industries and how they've been approached in jurisdictions. The video game industry provides a great example of one way to think through how to approach crypto miners, as well as just generally blockchain innovators and talent, with the setup of clusters and innovation clusters and superclusters. So we're glad to share with the committee more information about what we've discussed today and further reports as required to support your efforts. But we're really, really happy to see this happening.
Questions? Oh, go ahead, Joel. Okay. Mr. Chairman, Tanya, I had a couple of questions based on some of the comments that you made. The first is, there was no discussion in terms of looking at prioritization with regard to kind of some of the localization costs, and I'm thinking of cooling concepts where with data centers, we've had data centers looking at Wyoming because we've got dry air, for example, and we've got a low cost of cooling relative to some other locations. How significant is that in your decision-making process, and how much of an actual difference in the bottom line does it make with regard to those climate-related cooling and conditioning of moisture costs?
Sure. I'll let Jason pick up. I'll just start by quickly saying, I mean, right now our fleet is outside. It's a mobile fleet, and we benefit greatly from very similar weather, albeit up in Alberta. So that is something that we do consider. And Jason, maybe you can add a little bit more color to that.
Sure, certainly. So taking the data center approach first, a very high level rule of thumb is you have for every watt of performance, you need a watt of cooling. So, and over time, there's data centers that have vastly improved that. For overall in the blockchain space, around 7 to 10% of energy on site is dedicated to cooling. Now, with our facility in Alberta, Medicine Hat, so it's roughly directly north of where you are, we're more in the 1 to 2% range. And so we utilize the same comparative advantages in terms of climate that would be similar to Wyoming. So down like significantly, like it's definitely a percentage point, and using those environmental factors makes a difference.
Great, thank you. That's useful, Mr. Chairman. And one other question I had, discussing the idea, and this was a conversation we had a little while ago, of the desire is 24/7 power, obviously. Anytime you have your operation shut down, you're losing money. But how critical is it in terms of, I guess, how much of a sacrifice or how much of a premium are you willing to pay to maintain certainty of 24/7 uninterruptible power versus a trade-off against some uncertainty where, again, maybe 100 hours in a year, you might have interrupted power? What's that differential look like? What do the economics look like for you? Or are you just in a position where you haven't had to do that calculation because you're uninterruptible?
I'll take the start of that one, and then Jason, if you want to weigh in, I mean, by all means. I'll say this. I mean, nothing is certain. We can't control the elements. We can't control the grid. Grids go down. So there's no such thing as 100% 24/7 guarantee. Like there's no contract that would write that in, and it really doesn't exist. However, we certainly work with our power providers and have done so quite successfully to navigate their concerns, and we do that through contractual negotiation. We also maintain very positive and active relationships with our power providers and grid operators. And so there's a constant flow of information that guides us to navigate solutions with them in the event that there are planned, for example, planned outages, or there's work that needs to be done on the grid. We also, because as Jason said, we can power up and power down very quickly, we can navigate various needs of the grid and be responsive. I think the key, frankly, is making sure that we have solid relationships with those partners, and we all understand, historical trends and tendencies. A lot of our partners, they're not necessarily setting up a new site for the first time and have never done this before. We tend to work with folks that are fairly experienced and understand very well the capacity they're able to provide. Jason, I don't know if you need to add any more to that, but by all means, if I've missed anything critical, go ahead.
Yeah, I think essentially like this is a business decision and a relationship between the utility and the miner. I don't think really anything is off the table. Everything can be evaluated for an economic cost. With that said, the economics of Bitcoin mining can change 30% in a day. So this is also why there's a huge emphasis on 24 hours a day or low power rate, because while some things are out of the control of the miner, like the price of Bitcoin, some of the external factors, what they can try and control is the price and the availability. So I don't think anything is really off the table, but it really depends on the two parties that are trying to come to an agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there have you heard anything today in the discussions about Wyoming's potential resources that would preclude you from investing here if the energy was priced appropriately, competitively?
I'm going to let Jason again join me on this. This is why I keep him. He's my wingman. But what I can say is Wyoming has an excellent reputation for being open for business to the blockchain and digital asset ecosystem, which is encouraging. That's like check mark number one. Certainly, we'd have to better understand the tax and levy infrastructure and the expectations of the various counties and groups that would be providing power. We've heard a little bit about that today, but not enough to say, oh, that's a dead killer of any kind of deal. But we're very keen to learn more, absolutely, and understand where the committee is going to go. But hidden costs, unexpected costs are all things that we would shy away from. We're very much in the business of transparency, and would equally want to ensure we have the same when it comes to levies and taxes. But Jason, I'm gonna pass it off to you.
Yeah, nothing I heard today would be a deal breaker for at least exploration of expansion investment. In this case, foreign direct investment. And I think what's the conversation around the T&D charges, I think is relevant. The idea of a economic zone dedicated to like energy intense industries that also have a mind for innovation, like all those kind of go into the deal. It's not just about the underlying cost. It's also about the benefit. And just to kind of share what's easily researchable is overall the Bitcoin industry in North America pays about 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So, I mean, that's essentially what was being discussed today as 24-hour base load. And so I think with the right partner, there's deals to be done for sure.
Yeah, I'll add in too. I mean, this is where general market incentives could be helpful. I don't know the extent of them in Wyoming, but very glad to receive information after this. But, are there talent incentives? So up here in Canada, there's innovation credits and talent credits, SHRED, SR&ED credits. So if we're doing innovation up here, we can get 50 to 80% tax credits for our labor expense, for example. So for tech companies, it's highly attractive. If there's innovation incentives so that we can do innovation in your market, especially around green innovation and working to green the grid as partners with government or with other private entities, and that can help, offset costs for us. I mean, those are all great incentives that we have seen in other markets. You see it often in context around innovation and tech innovation. Texas, I think, has some structures like this. I believe Florida had some as well. Different states do different things to attract business. So thinking more holistically about coming into state and looking at opportunities is definitely something we do. And it's not strictly tied to, just day-to-day minor operations as well.
Well, we'd have to tax you first before we can provide you any credits.
Having us there might help you do that.
Follow-up question. I was a little surprised to hear you quote 5 cents as being implied as competitive.
Average, yeah.
Can I give you an opportunity to tell us what would be your sort of deal breaker cost, and assume that the taxes, et cetera, were rolled into that cost?
I mean, that's putting me on the spot like that. Like, I think, like, obviously break even, anywhere close to break even is a deal breaker. And that's at $50,000 a Bitcoin earned. Now you can kind of backtrack that to figure out, depending on what equipment a miner is using, what the price of their operations is. And given the current environment in Bitcoin mining, there is a margin there, but it's also cyclical. So that's really where we look out over the next 18 months and consider when the economics aren't as good, just like what was experienced in 2020. And so that's for people who have been in the industry 5 years, which is like 40 years in normal industries. You have seen various market cycles and capitulation of operators due to they can't pay their bills, or they're not running the latest technology, or they fail to innovate. And the Bitcoin mining protocol has those timelines built in where you kind of need to innovate, need to improve by this date, or you'll be running at a loss. So that's not really answering your question, but hopefully that will provide some context around where we are now, and then kind of the memories of the previous market cycles and what we would consider scraping by.
I think so. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. May I just clarify, did you, Mr. Zaleski, did you say 15,000 per Bitcoin?
50.
50. So the current price of Bitcoin. So if it costs you more to mine than to buy. Yeah.
And for context, in US dollars, the current price today is pegged at 40,000 USD. So it's already down. I mean, our market cycles go up and down very quickly.
Mr. Co-Chairman, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, briefly, I just wanted to thank you both. Thank you for sticking with us, and thank you for the very insightful information. We appreciate having that insight and experience available in this discussion, and look forward to working with you, and hope you'll come down to Wyoming and set up an operation.
We look forward to learning more about their jurisdiction. Please send us information.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Okay, let's move to
Mr. Chairman.
all he has to do is unmute Jason.
Sorry, I did not hear my name.
Oh, that's right.
I got a request to unmute, so figured it was my time. Thank you to the committee for having me today. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk about Bitcoin mining here. Start off with a bit of background, then open it up for questions. Talking about Riot. My name is Jason Less. First off, I'm the CEO of Riot Blockchain. I've been the CEO of Riot since about the start of this year, although I've been on the board of directors for Riot soon after its inception in 2017. Riot was one of the first NASDAQ traded companies focused on Bitcoin. We're traded on NASDAQ under the symbol Riot. Today, we are a 100% Bitcoin company. We're completely focused on Bitcoin. We mine Bitcoin and we hold Bitcoin. In pursuit of those efforts, we have one of the highest deployed hash rates of all publicly traded miners. For those that don't know, hash rate is a measurement of your mining power. Bitcoin mining is essentially doing a repeated series of guesses to solve a cryptographic puzzle, and the hash rate is the amount of guesses you're able to do per second. So by accumulating Bitcoin mining hash rate, you're increasing your opportunity for profitability. Our fleet of miners are deployed in 2 locations right now. We have a fleet of miners hosted in upstate New York at a facility owned by a company called CoinMint. And we also have a facility out in Rockdale, Texas called Windstone. We acquired that company earlier this year. Windstone is a 100-acre, 750 megawatt capacity site. It is currently has 300 megawatts built, which makes it the single largest Bitcoin mining facility in North America as measured by developed capacity. And so that's where it's at right now today, 300 megawatts. Soon after the acquisition earlier this year, we immediately started an expansion plan to add an additional 400 megawatts. So that expansion is underway. When we're complete in the first half of 2022, we'll have 700 megawatts of Bitcoin mining infrastructure built there. Supporting this facility, Windstone, which is really the crown jewel of Riot's operations now, is about 130 employees, and that's rapidly growing. So what was really great about the Windstone project, and it ties into something that's been discussed at this committee hearing today, is Bitcoin mining is agnostic location. We need power, we need an internet connection. We don't need the same super fiber connection that a lot of traditional data centers might need, and a close proximity to a backbone of some sort. Internet is important to us, but generally Bitcoin miners are agnostic. So Rockdale, Texas is a small city, former site of an Alcoa aluminum smelting plant that happened to have all this power infrastructure there. And that was the opportunity for the Windstone founders. They came in, they saw this area. I basically identified a part of the grid that had surplus energy. So they put their flag down and started building that facility there. And what really made that possible was, sure, the very low cost power is incredible. The lack of permitting, because they aren't technically in city limits, or just outside, is very beneficial. But really the support that they had from the community around there to build. Like the previous guest from HUD talked about, you don't always need, it's not, these jobs are not super technically advanced jobs. Like some of that is needed, but the bulk of what's going on here is building electrical infrastructure. So you need construction workers, you need contractors, you need electrical engineers. That's what really goes into building these high capacity sites. So having that type of relationship with the community where you could recruit that talent, and that talent was available, to me, I think is one of the most important things. So, I think circling back to maybe what the goal of what this committee is from what I've heard, is wanting to reach out to miners to hear what they're looking for when they're looking for a facility. Now, the main topic today, power, of course, is very, very important. One thing I'll highlight, Bitcoin mining competes on a global scale. It's not so much, the power in one state compared to another. If you're like us and you aim to operate in the United States, we are trying to increase the presence of Bitcoin mining in the United States. We're making site selections within the United States. But as miners, we're competing against the entire globe of competition. So it's that average energy rate that we are competing against. And the further left you are on that cost curve, the better positioned you are to survive different market conditions, which is clearly something we see often in Bitcoin, given how volatile the underlying asset is. And so that's something that's very important to us. And also the certainty of that rate for a long time. When we focus on building a facility, we are deploying hundreds of millions of dollars in capital to build high capacity infrastructure and fill that with Bitcoin mining hardware. And that's not something we can pick up and move. We can't, so easily deploy 500 megawatts of high voltage transformers and then stepping down medium and low and then picking all of it up and taking that somewhere. When we're building somewhere, we want to build at scale, and we want to know that that is going to be a site that we are going to operate for 10 plus years down the line, ideally indefinitely. So to me, not only is that power rate important, but the certainty of that rate continuing over the lifetime of that facility, and then also having a lot of capacity there. Bitcoin mining is a game of scale. It's very competitive. The technology is advancing, and you need to be ahead of the pack to survive long term. We've been talking about different megawatts of capacity here. You can put it in perspective. Riot's first facility it purchased in early 2018 was a 12 megawatt facility, and that was a good sized facility at that time. The hash rate we had deployed at that facility represented just about 1% of the Bitcoin mining network at that time. Here we are 3.5 years later, and we're talking about 300 megawatt, 500 megawatt, 700 megawatt facilities. So if the scale is important, the ability to expand is very, very important, because I think, like what we've done with Windstone, we've identified a location that we're focusing resources on. That doesn't mean it's going to be the last location that we ever work on, but for any new location we identify, we want to make sure it's a place that has a site that has the ability to expand, that we can continue to pour capital into, deploy capital at for a very, very long time. It's a long-term game for us. We believe in the long-term benefit of Bitcoin. We believe in our ability to compete in the Bitcoin mining landscape, given the operational efficiencies we've developed. So we're in it for the long haul. With that, I think that concludes what I have for kind of an introduction here and my first swing at answering questions, but more than happy to answer any questions from the committee at this time.
Jason, first of all, thank you so much for waiting and thank you for being here today. I really appreciate, again, your insight and experience is tremendous in this field. And Riot is, has an amazing capacity. I'm curious about some of the same questions that I asked our previous guests about the importance of, well, for you're in warmer climates and moisture climates. How much power do you end up committing to drying your air and cooling your equipment? And is that a significant enough gain to be considering a location such as Wyoming, which is going to be dry and cooler? How does that enter those calculations?
Yeah, I think that factor has been becoming. Well, let me answer it this way. Yeah, I mean, your environment plays a big factor in how your operations being developed. Texas is a hot climate. A lot of people are initially skeptical that we're able to operate there. It's 90 plus degrees this week. It's been 100 plus degrees in previous weeks. The team there has been pretty innovative in the cooling systems that they've developed. So we actually do not even use outside fans to bring ambient air into the buildings. We've developed a cooling technique, whereas we are using the fans from the machines themselves to pull the ambient air into the building, which has been a very efficient approach. And actually, in addition to that, we kind of have a swamp cooler technique that is pulling that air over water that's being dripped down the side of the building, and that cools the air by as much as 15 to 20 degrees often. I was pretty amazed to see a non-forced air cooling system perform that well. So we have techniques for dealing with the heat there. That's not too big of a problem. But I would also say, I think the direction of mining is definitely heading towards the field of immersion cooling. For those that aren't familiar, immersion cooling is a technique for cooling electronics where you actually submerge computer hardware in a dielectric fluid, and that fluid flows around and that keeps the equipment cool. But the fluid does not conduct electricity, so it doesn't destroy the electricity. This is something that's been used in gaming on personal computers for many years. It's been used in traditional data centers for many years, but it's nothing that has been done at a huge scale in Bitcoin mining yet. But it's a technology that we have been piloting over this year. It's something that lots of miners are looking at, and that's becoming more cost effective. And that, I think, is going, as that takes off and kind of becomes the standard in the way Bitcoin mining operations are deployed, the outside temperature is going to become less and less relevant, and just the focus will become even more so on the power rate alone.
Great. Well, that's good. That is. Jason, we do appreciate your testimony. And one thing I really appreciated that you touched on that we really haven't touched on yet is the reality that we're not just talking about a single, rig that exists in isolation. This is an entire pad of containers, of rigs, and the infrastructure and the manpower that goes into just setting that site up is beneficial to wherever that site is. If that's hopefully that site is in Wyoming, and those are contractors who are laying concrete and pipe and wire. So appreciate you touching on that. And interesting on the immersion cooling as well, which I just did a quick search on, and it looks like there's a lot going on in that industry, and 3M appears to have quite a bit of a hold on that industry already. So,
Mr. Chairman, one more question.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one more question, Jason. Is there anything that you're seeing or any limitations, anything in the states that you're operating in where you are facing some sort of struggle, permitting, bureaucracy, something that's a challenge that you'd like to see overcome, or even more broadly than just the government or permitting side, any challenges that you're facing that you'd like to see solutions to?
I think, I know Wyoming is a very business-friendly state in general. So similar to Texas, that makes it an ideal environment to work in, and that alleviates a lot of concerns on permitting and approvals and that sort of thing. I think one of the biggest concerns that we face in miners right now is, and tying back to what I shared about the importance of having certainty of a long-term operation, is the regulatory environment. I feel good about Texas because of the position lawmakers have taken about Bitcoin mining in Texas. I feel good about Bitcoin mining in Wyoming, I'm sorry, because of this existence and the attitude of this panel today, to be honest with you. But then you look at states like New York, and there was a proposed bill to put a moratorium on Bitcoin mining for 3 years just a few months ago. So that bill didn't go anywhere. I didn't believe it would go anywhere. But that type of regulatory attitude can cause you to think twice, and does not give you that same comfort that more welcoming community gives you. So I think what's important is, I think from a miner's perspective, what's important is seeing a state's commitment to the industry and feeling having a good amount of certainty that general attitude is not going to change over time. And one day, if the political environment changed, and suddenly, Bitcoin mining would not be looked at as favorable anymore. So I would say that is one of the bigger concerns that we think about, and that we're concerned about.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
All right, thank you for having me.
Public, if you happen to be tuning in for a topic we have scheduled originally at 4 p.m. for e-residency, I want to let you know that we're going to move that topic. Mr. Allen has agreed to do his presentation tomorrow. So we're moving the e-residency topic to tomorrow following our conversation on DAOs. DAOs are supposed to take us through the first part of the day. So that would be teed up for e-residency. Letting you know, if you're hanging out, you don't have to hang out for longer. We're going to keep talking about mining for a while. Although we are gearing towards wrapping it up. Next, we had Core Scientific. They're not on. We lost Core, unfortunately, but we do have, I know, physically present CalChip. Patiently waiting. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm Lee Filer. Those who don't know, I want to first thank you guys for going through all this process today. It's been long, but very informative. It's been one of the most informative committee meetings I've ever sat in my life. And, I've sat in a few. Also, I'd like to bring your attention that CalChip Mining LLC is a new LLC here in the state of Wyoming, but it's also has a parent company, CalChip Connect. They've been around for quite a long time. They started out in California. They have distribution offices and stuff like that in Pennsylvania. They've been doing a lot of things in not just crypto mining or anything, stuff like that, but they actually distribute a lot of different electronic parts and things like that for years. And I'll let these gentlemen here, Mr. Jameson Buffmeyer and Justin Giuliano, to kind of explain those parts of it. But how I got involved in this whole adventure was the blockchain laws that were passed by the legislature here in the state of Wyoming. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it at first because I had no clue. I had no idea what that was even about or what blockchain was. I just went to work and put my money in a bank, and I don't know how those things work. And, with Representative Tyler Lindholm talking about routing numbers and all those things today, kind of just get your brain going. But so my nephew, which is actually the president, Joey Darwell of CalChip Mining LLC, he calls me up one day and says, hey, Wyoming passed these laws, let's start looking into these. What can Wyoming offer if we was to move to Wyoming and actually open up a mining facility, a crypto mining facility? I said, well, let me do some checking. So I started doing a lot of calling around, talked to Representative Olson and the Chamber of Commerce in Cheyenne, talked to some of the realtors, Cheyenne leads. I wanted to bring in all the community partners so that I could get more informed about what they think about mining operations, especially in our community, but also how we can move a project forward. So I was doing a lot of this legwork. So that's where it brought me here today to talk to you folks about what our company is. And our company is actually, it's going to be a brick and mortar company right here in the state of Wyoming. We're not going to be based out of Canada. We're not going to be based out anywhere else, but right here in Wyoming. We're also making sure that on our build out, which we've already started, we got, our offer on our land and stuff near a substation. We've got RFP stuff submitted over to Black Hills Corp for our rates and stuff. But we also are using strictly Wyoming contractors to do all of our building out. Representative Olson, Mr. Chairman, you did alleviate to that just your comments just a little bit ago about how important it is that not only are we mining, Bitcoin or whatever cryptocurrencies, but we're actually supplying something to the community. And that's one thing we believe in is community. This is something that's going to be a brick and mortar. It's going to be a really nice facility, one of the nicest facilities, I think, probably in the state as of right now. But it's something that we plan on having here for years and years to come to be part of this community. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to let these gentlemen introduce themselves, and then we'll be glad to take any questions, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Lee. Hello, committee members. My name is Jameson Buffmeyer. I'm here to testify on behalf of CalChip Connect, where I'm currently serving as vice president of our decentralized wireless business. Much like Wyoming, CalChip has a long history of supporting blue-collar workers. We employ over 80 U.S. citizens, warehousing, logistics, supply chain management for the high-tech industry. Our electronics division has been in business for 37 years, growing from humble beginnings in Southern California in 1985 into a global distribution, import, export, and manufacturing business today. Only recently did we become involved in blockchain technology. Beginning in early 2020, CalChip partnered with a San Francisco startup to distribute a new kind of hardware networking equipment that compensates hosts in the form of cryptocurrency for providing valuable public wireless coverage. This model is possible because of blockchain's unique decentralization and crypto economic incentives. And in less than 2 years, it has resulted in the largest low-power wide area network in the United States based on the LoRaWAN protocol. This IoT network is being used to track cattle, measure air quality, locate missing assets, and so much more. I recently led a project in Utah to help Draper Irrigation measure their water supply in Little Cottonwood Canyon. That's where I'm from, by the way. Next, we're embarking on the creation of the first decentralized cellular network beginning next month. And this is breaking news today. CalChip will ship consumer-grade wireless networking equipment, allowing anyone to become a 4G, 5G LTE network operator. The press release is in 3 days, but we're very excited to be participating. In Wyoming, press release will detail partners, pricing, that sort of thing. In Wyoming, we've created CalChip Mining LLC together with Lee Filer, a new local company that is evaluating breaking ground on a cryptocurrency mining facility in Cheyenne using Wyoming contractors. Blockchain technology has a profound ability to decentralize financial gain and allow all citizens to benefit from advances in technology. We commend the committee on their forward-thinking work and look forward to evaluating further investments in the state of Wyoming. This is a little network mapper, by the way, I brought, so we'll have a show and tell if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. My name is Justin Giuliano. I serve as an advisor to CalChip Mining. I've been in the blockchain industry since 2013. I've done everything from being a blockchain consultant to the Fortune 500 to being an ICO advisor to creating my own ERC20 token myself as a blockchain developer. I just wanted to touch on some of the comments. One, Mr. Cost, thank you, or Senator Cost, thank you for your comment earlier on leveraging potential untapped mines that you mentioned on state land. I thought that was a fantastic idea. Ms. Long, about your idea on removing regulation from transmission lines. I thought that was fantastic and definitely a barrier of entry to mining companies like ours. And I just wanted to touch on the the importance of, not only Bitcoin mining to the whole financial industry, but also its importance in the way of life, as well as the data centers play that kept coming up from Mr. Revel. Whereas, Bitcoin mining operations and data centers keep being compared, and in reality they're quite similar. Bitcoin miner is essentially a mini data center in some sense. Sure, some people would argue that here. And the increase in mining as far as from data centers and the power usage, I would say that all Bitcoin miners across the entire network is probably a small subset of all the data centers. And when you think of Google's and Facebook's and Amazon's of the world, it's a much lower percentage of total power generation or power that's needed for a Bitcoin than Bitcoin mining operation as compared to data centers. So I think both are super important for the state, and I think the excess energy generation could be put in both of those areas. And players like CalChip could obviously help with both not only the mining operation, but because it's a long-standing history in electronic supply, could also help with the data center play as well.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long, go ahead.
Thank you. The three of us had a brief moment of levity because we all thought you were calling yourself cow chip mining, not cow chip mining. We all had to figure it out.
COL.
You should embrace that, by the way.
We can do that. New mascot, maybe.
But a name change.
At least for your Wyoming operation.
Yeah, California, do what you want. But I'm just gonna call them cow chip.
There already is a cow chip LLC.
Oh,
Too late.
Chip, steamboat chip, I don't know, just throw some out.
Chairman, we'll take them all into consideration. Yeah. And I just would like to reiterate on some of the stuff I also said, Mr. Chairman, was the fact that, there's a lot of testimony today about competitive pricing, all those different things. That's something that CalChip did with our team and the CEO, Jason, is the fact that we look at Wyoming as not only just a business-friendly state, but it is the climate of the weather. It is also the reliability of power, where Wyoming has a long history of mining, not just, fossil fuels and things like that, but this is the future of mining, and Wyoming has this long history. Why not be here in Wyoming? So these are the things that we all took into consideration. The Wyoming I think, is going to become it's already one of the most friendliest states for blockchain cryptocurrency, but I think it's going to become a leader, not just in the United States, but I think in North America. I think this is a great step forward. And I think our company, CalChip, is one of those, or CalChip, however you'd like to call it. I think our company is one of those that they'd be willing to grow and work with our communities. And when it comes to cost comparisons and stuff like that, that's the people in industry. That's where we go and we negotiate with our power suppliers and things like that. But any help from the legislature to help reduce those costs, yeah, of course we would love that. But at the end of the day, it's about community. It's about the business-friendly environment that we have here in Wyoming, and CalChip would love to grow right here.
And just to add on to that, as far as the community aspect, I'm a prime example for CalChip parent company. The headquarters is actually in Pennsylvania, where I'm from. I grew up riding my bike actually as a kid through the industrial park that CalChip has their headquarters in. Never did I think, years later I'd be actually working at that headquarters. So they've hired from their community. I'm a prime example, and they intend to do so here as well.
Fantastic.
I'd say unlike Mr. Chairman, unlike some of the other mining operations today, we're not focused exclusively on proof of work blockchains. This is something called proof of coverage consensus protocol. It's a novel blockchain invented by our partner company, Helium, in 2019. And it is much lower power consumption. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad for the purposes of the committee meeting today. But the hotspots generate or consume about 5 watts on average. So these are very, very low power devices and wireless infrastructure. The cellular infrastructure will be higher power and will require high-end certified professional installation and 120 volt access, but it's not the same is all I'm trying to say. There are many blockchains and they have different parameters, different consumption requirements.
Yeah, And just to add to that, all the miners, not only with proof of coverage, even the Bitcoin miners, as technology gets better, wattage, hash rate goes up, wattage and power consumption have been going down steadily. So the ASICs miners especially becoming much more efficient. So not only can we focus on Bitcoin mining, but if we expand into other protocols or other proof of work or proof of coverage, energy becomes still very important, but can become less important.
And may it please, Chair.
Go ahead.
So our primary business today is in the distribution of compatible hardware. So unlike many other businesses, we're not operating exclusively cloud services. We have warehousing and distribution for the physical hardware, and we're considering options here to do that.
Ms. Long, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was actually my question. You're mostly manufacturing. So are you manufacturing here in Wyoming or operating?
Mr. Chair, we are not necessarily manufacturing, we distribute mostly. So we work with partner manufacturers, maybe be in Taiwan or China. We do have some light touch manufacturing, I'd call it, where we do some disassembly and reassembly, potentially firmware modification on units that need to be updated in our warehouse. We have very sophisticated processes to do that, to make sure we can do it at scale for the number of units we're having passed through our facilities. But most of our work is not manufacturing, but both could be, yes, absolutely on the table. And we are up to and considering, including moving our headquarters here. But these are all being considered at the time, so it's being evaluated. It's a good idea.
Yeah. It's a really good idea.
It's a really good idea.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say first of all, congratulations on being here in Wyoming. Thank you very much. Let me ask, in our technology park in this community, we have 4 sources of power coming into it. How important is it to you to have redundant sources of power? So if one goes out, you've got another source of power. Is that important to you or not really a big issue?
Cool. I'd take that. Unlike data centers, which host critical infrastructure, in a lot of the cases, redundancy is not as important, or uninterrupted power, right, is not as important for us. It's crucial for all mining, mining activities or any type of mining company as far as revenue, but we would take it in stride, not as important. If you guys want to add to that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Murphy, I think, of course, we want to make sure we have a main power supply, especially our mining operations, to where we can run it like 99.9% of the time. I mean, that's just from a revenue standpoint in order to make a good profit. But those are things that, and we have CalChip and I and some others. We have been meeting with, as many community partners as possible to make sure that whatever we can do, whether if it's a partnership with utility companies and things like that, in order to maintain a consistent power. Also, so we've already been talking to a few other, even some of the co-ops and stuff like that. So we're kind of trying to spread it all the way around. Absolutely, sir.
Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking it out, and really excited about your story to turn into a success story. I think Black Hills Energy is even more excited for it to turn into a success story because the alternative appears to be deregulation of the entire utility industry.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for being here and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that clears at least my deck of who I have. There, guys. 6 o'clock. I'll keep it punchy. Everybody, been looking forward to this for a while. I'm glad to be here and meet many of you face to face. It's really nice to be back in Laramie. So just to give you some context on who I am, I'm Matt Prusak. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer of the U.S. Bitcoin Corporation. So we're a $300 million cryptocurrency mine. We're currently operational on the East Coast. and rapidly scaling across the nation. To give you a sense of scale, any one of our sites consumes more electricity than the whole city of Laramie. So we're big. We're not the biggest. We're not a Riot, but we're getting out there. You probably haven't heard of us, and that's okay because it's cryptocurrency, not publicity currency. So we've kept under the radar to date, but we're looking to expand our presence. I'm kidding, but nonetheless, we're currently on track to control a percentage of the global network, ideally by Q1 of next year, based on our energy pipeline and our computational pipeline as well. So we're pretty serious. I'm here because I'm actually from the West. I want Wyoming to lead in the industry. My sister actually went to school at the University of Wyoming. And I think Bitcoin mining becoming a success for Wyoming is as much personal for me as professional. And so I know that you legislators don't legislate just to legislate, and we appreciate your efforts because you're creating clarity in what it's been to date a fairly unclear industry for the better part of a decade when we started in our dorms way back when. And so the economic assurance that you're providing through meetings like this is very important to what we hope to accomplish. 24 laws, right? 3 years, something like that. Yeah, sounds about right. Pretty, it's a hot streak. So to get straight to it, Committee Member Revel was exactly right. This could be the energy opportunity of a lifetime for the state, and I really don't want it to pass Wyoming by. The state has everything you could possibly want as a miner, right? Let me lay it out for you. If you want solar, Laramie has 231 days of sunshine. If you want wind, Laramie has an average wind speed of 13 miles per hour. If you need base load, the entire state is 13 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. We don't use coal, but we can use natural gas. So that's on the table. And if you need land, as was mentioned today, the state has 3.4 million service acres that are available for use for the right reasons, right? And the tax rates are obviously the best. Nothing to be said there. As the bottom line is, if I were to design the state from scratch to mine Bitcoin in, it still probably wouldn't look as nice as Wyoming was. Right? So why are the miners not already here? To get to the point, it's because the electricity rates are just fundamentally not competitive. Right? So to be completely very clear, 5-cent electricity is not competitive for a Bitcoin mining operation at scale, regardless of base load or other factors. Low tax rates are very appealing, but they don't matter if the operations run at a loss compared to other states. And you don't have to take my word for it. I assure you that if the rates were competitive, all my competitors would be here behind me with duffel bags full of cash, which is what we've seen in states like Texas, ready to strike deals in Wyoming, but they're not here, at least not yet. Some of them are clearly starting to zoom in. This isn't a criticism of what Wyoming's done, it's just a capitalism, right? So to the point Mr. Lindholm was making earlier, does baseload matter? Yes, it does 1000% matter. But at the end of the day, no matter how you slice and dice it, miners are going to go where we get the best value for our dollar. And right now, that just isn't necessarily Wyoming. Right? So as Senator Rothfuss said earlier, there is an economic trade-off here. And our duty is to make sure that we do what's right for shareholders, even if we are biased towards Wyoming ourselves. So maybe it is an infrastructure issue. And if we can't buy it, maybe we can help you build it. I mean, for the right price, your company could probably put 10 Laramie's worth of electricity anywhere in the state. So the answer might be a public-private partnership, or it might be deregulation, or it might be an industrial power zone. I really like that idea earlier. The campus. I like the campus. The campus. I like it. It's a good campus. I love that. I love that. And I don't claim to know the solution. I think some of you may have some solutions, but I want to help, and we want to help. And so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, that's a good question. You asked that one.
That's a really good question. What's that?
Your sister Nethercott would like to know where your
Where's
sister's
my
at.
sister now? She wanted to study hospitality, so she's off to more training at school in Europe right now. But she, I think, has her eye on working in Jackson, one of the resorts up there. Get it back. That's right.
Yeah, very good.
Just want to remind everyone that Jackson is in Wyoming.
Check the map again.
In this conversation, we accept that because it's someone coming back.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman.
So 5 cents is right out. And nobody really fully, deeply wants to commit to their business model, but we need to understand really where we start becoming more and more attractive, recognizing that there are a variety of factors that come into play. I'm pretty convinced if we provided 2 cents, everybody on the planet would come here. 3 cents, we'd get about half the planet. But let's get into kind of realistic conversation of where the line is right now for being all of a sudden the most attractive based on the other indicators that you
I mean, I'll go at risk here as minor and say that if you had electricity at 3.5 cents below, you would be on the map. I mean, to be blunt, we could dance around that, right? But that's the ceiling. When I go out and negotiate, that's about as high as I would go. And of course that fluctuates. There's network difficulty and there's all sorts of factors involved. But that's the red light, green light a little bit in terms of us being able to really get excited about it. I know Black Hills had the RFP out. We looked at the RFP. I think that could attract some mining. It's just at the scale we operate, we have to go with stuff that makes sense economically at scale. And that sort of opportunity just isn't yet a fit for us.
And Mr. Chairman, to follow up on that, again, I'm kind of hitting on to understand better the interruptible versus uninterruptible power supply, which sounds like there's a pretty significant price premium in many locations if you're going uninterruptible. How does the math work out on that? If I've got a 1% interruptibility?
It's very expensive, very expensive. I mean, my partners who are the engineers on the project would prefer 100%. It's impossible. 99 is pretty impossible. 98 is very expensive. 97 is within the realm of possibility, but usually it's a squeeze. About 95, which is actually been echoed by other players. That's not just us. So I think at about 5% downtime, we can stomach it. But you have to think from our business model, we're usually buying machinery with debt, right? So there's a payback period on the machinery, right? So if that downtime lengthens the payback period, it gets into all kinds of economic considerations. 5%, I mean, again, all negotiable, but anything below that, you start to expect some kind of discount versus what we can see on other markets.
So when, Mr. Chairman, when you're thinking 3.5 cents, you're thinking 3.595 is kind of what you're thinking. A 3.5 cent market with a 95% uninterruptible timeline. Is that true?
That would attract miners. Now, whether that would attract us specifically I mean, it's going to come down to a lot of factors. You get to build out, you get into different credits and things like that. But that, broadly speaking, to the point about painting a canvas on the perfect state, that would be nice as a miner. I mean, anything better than that would be very attractive. Anything worse than that, we're probably going to need to look.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's really useful.
Just 2 data points.
Matt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question from your perspective in the industry. Are most miners not interested in coal?
It's out of fashion, I would say. I think I understand the abundance of coal as a resource. There are a few opportunities. There's a company, Stronghold, which is doing gob pile waste coal. They're actually announced, I think today they're going to IPO. Pure play coal is not common, or if it is, it's typically being offset with carbon credits or some other factor, just because there is an ESG mandate by the public markets, honestly, at this point. Now, private concern may not care, but for the larger miners who needed to go public for the capital, we do operate under certain constraints. It's not everybody. I can't speak for the entire market. I can just say that we do have a no coal mandate ourselves. Natural gas is fair game. There's a lot of that here too, but there are considerations. Excellent. That's really useful.
Mr. Chairman, Ellicott's wondering if you're familiar with Wyoming coal.
Oh.
There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn.
There is a lot to learn.
One more question, Mr. Chairman, based on that last. It sounds like the constraints that on your power and a lot of those, what flavor electrons do we use? That is coming from your capital investors providing some strings. So you've got the economics, but then you've also got the strings attached on your investments. Okay. Are there any others that come up? I mean, that's the one that we hear about. Is there anything else that is coming into play where you have certain constraints based on the investors?
The ESG one is a focus from it that would hit us economically. ESG is a focus. I think, we love to see partnerships that are really meaningful in the states or local markets. We operate a facility in Niagara Falls, Buffalo, and we are really looking at things like the technical training and things like that, which came up today. And there will be a class later this week. That stuff is fantastic, right? And I really see that as the future for these kind of public-private collaborations. That's not a string, but it is meaningful. The only constraint I really feel is the ESG aspect at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there was a reference earlier to a sort of industrial campus. Yeah. And, talk a little bit about what, I know you've got knowledge of Rockdale.
Yeah,
What Rockdale has done, is that a blueprint for something in Wyoming?
I mean, Jason bought it, right? So the Riot actually executed the Winston purchase, I think, for a very large sum. So they would know best how to educate on that one. What I can say is that is a very attractive site. It's a pure play mining operation. Basically, this is a campus in Texas, about I want to say an hour east of Austin, which is just ideal. It's at the center of a pretty robust set of grid connections. Electricity prices is very affordable. The land is cheap, and it was custom built from day one as a sort of a gigafactory site for cryptocurrency mining. And that's something that I find would be very applicable, at least from an engineering standpoint, to Wyoming. I mean, there's a very different energy market, which is what it is, right? But I mean, there's all kinds of interesting stuff, even if that were behind the meter, right? Because transmission came up as a huge concern as long about that, some sort of massive campus. Where at the end of the day, we are a data infrastructure business that happens to produce Bitcoin. We could do any bytes and bits, right? But it is Bitcoin, which has all kinds of applicability here. But we're looking for a data infrastructure play, and a large campus would be very attractive in some way, shape, or form.
Thank you, Sam. Large, massive. Yeah.
Larger.
Massive.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Very quick. I'm Amanda Cavallari. I'm from no, it's really.
Read that.
I know. Right. So really appreciate being up here and everything you all done. I wouldn't be living here if it weren't for this task force. So thank you again for all your work. Over this, I've worked in digital assets for a few years, mostly abroad, and COVID stopped that. So I looked at, well, what can I do in Wyoming? And it's Bitcoin mining. So I've been helping companies look at Wyoming to move here and trying to teach economic development folks and other stakeholders in energy about Bitcoin mining and trying to get them on to understand what the business model is and what the good, bad, and ugly is. So it's been really fascinating this summer. As we know, China banned mining, most likely not because of energy consumption, but that's another conversation. And there are some things that I've seen in the state that are really fascinating, some trends. So I was at PAW, the Petroleum Association of Wyoming conference the other day. A few other folks were there, and it seemed that maybe every panel that I saw on the main stage talked about Bitcoin mining. So I think that is a natural fit. What Pete shared with us, I can reiterate, I think he's right. It's going to be hard to scale the flare gas because it's just not a huge thing here. But we will see some arbitrage and hedging from the natural gas industry. And Bitcoin mining, there is a trend to go towards stranded energy or renewable energy. Part of that is from a federal push down. So I don't know if anyone saw the Gensler testimony, the finance committee, I think this week or last week, but the energy consumption was brought up from someone from the SEC, which is fascinating to me. So I think it's coming. So I think this instinct to trying to co-locate some renewables with gas or coal, mixing it up is probably a good idea to consider. Campuses are brilliant. I also wanted to reiterate that I think when the 5 cents was brought up earlier, that was Canadian. So it's $3.90 in the US, if our numbers are correct. I've spent a lot of time in Texas as well, trying to understand what's going on. Their energy industry down there, they have mining meetups once a month and there are hundreds of people. So really, if we're looking at the US, our biggest competitors are probably Texas, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, a few other spots as well. Hydro has been a big thing, but mentioned earlier, New York's not as friendly as they used to be. So some of those hydro spots are kind of, we'll see what happens, right? So those are some aspects. I know with Wyoming, it's hard to say, hey, this brings jobs, because we don't have the income tax here, which is the beautiful thing about looking at the container type business models. You could go either way. You could staff them heavily or not. At the same time, we can also be manufacturing more in the state. So we could be manufacturing chips, we could be manufacturing ASICs. So I think these are the other, containers, all of these things, fans, whatever it is, these are the things that I think would be really valuable, not just mining itself, but also these ancillary services. With that, I tried to make it quick, so hopefully that caught everything. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman, if I hear Texas one more time.
That's all right. Yeah, that's a good time. We should end the day. We should probably close. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda. Anyone else wishing to testify on cryptocurrency mining? No? All right. Okay, we're gonna close public comment. And we are back on schedule.
Right on.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Any questions? That's all I can do.
Do you have any burning questions? Closing comments from the committee?
Joel, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One very quick one, which is that we've been focused on crypto mining, which is great. I do think there's a lot of logic in being, as we think about this, the bigger picture, sort of agnostic to processing or computational power, storage, et cetera. And I think one additional rub on Wyoming or knock on Wyoming that I've heard is redundancy of fiber for the more data sensitive folks. And other members of the committee would know better than me, but apparently there's a large infrastructure package making its way through Washington right now. And there may be some funds available for such a thing. And is that in the purview of this committee to be thinking about the time sensitive nature of that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I do think that's within our scope if we want to put something forward as potentially a appropriation for use of ARP funds if they're available without a tag on them, or we can also certainly work to encourage application for funds that are specifically targeted for fiber, broadband, backbone, all those kinds of infrastructure. So I absolutely agree. And the gentleman over there on the left that's very tall, we'll make sure that he's riding herd on that.
Mr. Chairman, they already applied through the funds. The state of Wyoming put together a package from the Wyoming Business Council that included several of the late major telecoms. I'm not gonna say that there might not be more funds that come along, but
that's through our infrastructure though.
Yeah, infrastructure is a separate deal, but there's a ton of money out there, Mr. Chairman. In the telecom space. So really, any outfit that wants to build out there right now, absolutely can. Major issues that we're hearing is lack of glass, lack of fiber. They can't kick it out fast enough because every state in the nation's currently.
There's a solution to that though, honestly, which is putting conduit. Use the funds to put in conduit and then be ready for the glass. And even if the glass isn't available, that doesn't necessarily hold us back when we get the glass pulled from the conduit.
Mr. Chairman, good ideas never die. And I think we've debated that one several times.
I feel like we have. Take that, dead horse, right?
Anything else, committee? I just want to go home.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just say thanks everyone for sticking around for so long. This is we knew this was going to go long based on the enthusiastic response, and I think it was well worth the time. I hope you all share that feeling.
Yeah. Yes. I would echo that. Appreciate everyone sticking sticking through and see what tomorrow brings, but it's gonna be hard to top this conversation, but we do have some great topics lined up tomorrow with DAOs. So we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone.